Chapter 469. The mercenaries in the Shattered Star Ring were very active. Even in Norios, which was at the edge of the Shattered Star Ring, there were still many mercenaries active. Most of them were second- or third-rate mercenary groups. Han Xiao made a recruitment announcement through the Alliance's internal system, and the news quickly spread throughout the Norios mercenary circle. Surprise, curiosity. Most of the mercenaries had either of these two reactions. In the past year, Han Xiao had completed many missions. Due to the name of Floating Dragon, he had accumulated a lot of connections. Most of his collaborators were large mercenary groups, and he even had good relationships with top armies like Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold. Black Star's position in the Shattered Star Ring's mercenary circle was not at the top, but it was still a top-notch small team. Many mercenaries wanted to build a relationship with Black Star and share this connection to obtain better missions. Because employers who did not lack money usually wanted the best mercenaries, the Alliance would only share missions that were not accepted by large armies with the lower-level mercenaries. Basically, all industries were like this. Thus, Han Xiao raised his arm and called for help. Countless people responded, and at least half of the mercenaries in the Norios region came. The gathering place was extremely crowded. Mercenaries of all shapes and sizes gathered together, chatting with each other and waiting for the main character to appear. Clap, clap. Clapping sounds could be heard from the front of the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw the rumored Black Star. The noisy crowd slowly quieted down like ripples. Pairs of eyes stared at Han Xiao, sizing him up. They coveted Han Xiao's connections but did not pay much attention to Black Star's strength. Most of the mercenaries were arrogant and unruly. In their eyes, Black Star's strength was only on par with theirs, and he was only lucky enough to be favored by Dragon Emperor Ames. Most of the mercenaries present were only there for Black Star's connections. Han Xiao was not moved, and he said expressionlessly, "Everyone, I'm the organizer of this recruitment. You should all recognize me, right? I won't introduce myself. We're all mercenaries, so I'll skip the formalities. I've received a mission, and the difficulty is not low. The reward is generous, and I need manpower. I'm recruiting you to find partners to complete this mission together. You can think of me as a middleman. The employer will explain the details in detail." Nagojin went on stage and explained the situation in detail. Very quickly, the mercenaries below were in an uproar. Many people were shocked by the fact that there were two calamity-grade enemies. They looked at Han Xiao with disbelief, and their eyes, as though they were looking at a dead man. "You dare to accept the employment of two A-rank enemies? You've never seen how strong a calamity-grade super is. If you want to die, don't drag us down." The conflict between Ghidorah and Darkstar was known by everyone in the Shattered Star Ring. Most of the mercenaries stayed away from it and were not willing to get involved. Many people immediately had the intention to leave. Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "Our mission is not to fight against the enemy, but there are certain risks. If you're not willing to accept, you can leave now. For those who stay, after this mission, I'll sign a cooperation contract with you and share my employment resources." Hearing this, many people were conflicted. If they could become Black Star's collaborators, they would have better employment opportunities. It was like starting a company. Running around looking for projects was naturally not as good as working with a large corporation and sharing projects easily. Many mercenaries did not dare take the risk and left. The crowd quickly thinned out, and Han Xiao did not stop them. In the end, there were only about 100 people left. These mercenaries were willing to take the risk. Philip read their information, and Han Xiao browsed through it. 3 mercenary groups, 17 solo mercenaries. 4 of them are grade B supers, and the rest are grade C supers. It's better than I expected. Han Xiao nodded. Because time was limited, they could not waste too much time. It was already good enough that they could recruit so many people. Han Xiao told the mercenaries to rest first. This time, Nagojin walked over. "What do you plan to do?" Nagojin asked. He had just met up with Han Xiao yesterday, and when they met again, he felt a little embarrassed. As a calamity-grade super, he actually had to rely on a group of mercenaries. This was an embarrassing record in his career. However, He quickly got rid of these useless emotions and focused on the mission. Although he did not know much about Black Star, it did not stop him from treating Han Xiao as a comrade for the time being. Han Xiao pondered. The most anxious ones now are not us but Dark Star. Anna and Ash's ambush failed, and they definitely know that Ghidorah will send reinforcements. Therefore, they have to capture Oven as soon as possible. On our side, we have to do our best to stop Dark Star's search. Oven's main body has been hiding and does not dare to show up. Therefore, we can't bring him out of Norios. Furthermore, who knows how many Dark Star battleships are hiding around Norios, blocking the route. With the current situation, they had to contact Oven first before they could formulate a plan. Nagojin took out his encrypted communicator and contacted the other party. Nagojin, didn't you lose? Oven's voice came from the communicator, but there was no image. In order to prevent others from knowing his location, Oven did not turn on the video projection. Dark Star sent out 2 Calamity-grade supers this time. I survived and found helpers. We will help you escape Dark Star's pursuit. New reinforcements are on the way. As long as we stall for time, Dark Star will have no choice but to retreat. You will be safer with our protection. Where are you hiding? I don't need your protection. My main body is very safe, and no one can find me. You have already failed once. If not for my caution, I would have been captured. I would rather believe in myself. 3 of my doppelgangers are in the hands of Dark Star, and they are unable to return to my main body. I have to endure the pain of torture every day, and only 1 doppelganger can move freely. If you really want to help me, then protect my doppelganger. He is currently being pursued. After hanging up, Nagojin frowned. He had a feeling that he did not know where to start. He was unable to protect his main body, and whether or not he would be found by Dark Star was completely up to fate. Han Xiao smiled and said, Dark Star has 3 doppelgangers. Once the doppelgangers are too far away, they will die. As long as the doppelgangers are as far away from each other as possible, they will be able to easily find the edge of the range. Using a simple algorithm, they will be able to locate the center point. Thus, Oven will not be so foolish as to stay in the same location. Nagojin said worriedly, there's one more thing. If we openly recruit mercenaries, Dark Star will very likely get wind of it. They will not sit by and do nothing. I have a rough idea of what they will do. It seems like I will have to take some risks. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. He had made up his mind to get involved in this mess midway. In addition to the generous rewards, this was also a good opportunity to get into the upper echelons of Ghidorah. Now that he was strong enough, he could even fight a few rounds with a Class A and retreat would not be a problem. Thus, he was not as afraid as he was before he advanced. Furthermore, he had the advantage of understanding his opponent's abilities. He was confident in his heart and did not panic. If his opponent was Ashes, he felt that he could last longer. Due to the destruction caused by the Class A battle, Dark Star's troops changed to a new secret stronghold to discuss their next move. Anna felt that it was a pity that they did not manage to kill Nagojin. Nagojin must have asked for help, so they had to hurry. At this time, the tracking team in the outside world was monitoring Oven's last doppelganger. There was no time to lose. Anna sent out all his men to prepare to take down the last doppelganger in one fell swoop. However, before this, Dark Star's troops received news that Nagojin had found a new helper. It was the Black Star mercenary. Nagojin still hasn't given up. He wants to fight the 2 of us alone. Anna's face was gloomy, and he revealed a cold smile. Since he doesn't want to hide, we will have the chance to kill him. Originally, he thought that Nagojin would not dare to show himself after being ambushed. Unexpectedly, there was still a chance to kill him. Anna was not shocked but overjoyed. In fact, when Nagojin was ambushed for the first time in his previous life, he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, he did not give up on the mission. Even without any reinforcements, he fought against the 2 supers of Dark Star alone and was eventually beaten into a cripple. At that time, the other Calamity grade who participated in the battle was not Ashes. During this period of time in his previous life, Ashes was not forced to train in seclusion. Now, He had entered Grader much earlier than in his previous life. A large part of it was due to Han Xiao's butterfly effect, or rather, it was spurred on. What's the use of finding a bunch of mercenaries as helpers? They're just a bunch of mobs. Anna did not think much of it. Only top armies like Sky Ring and Blades were qualified for him to pay attention to. Ash's eyes turned cold. Black Star again. I gave him a chance. Ashes did not put Han Xiao in his eyes anymore. However, since Black Star dared to interfere in their affairs, he had to clear the obstacles in his path. Even though Ashes had not decided whether to kill Black Star due to the threat of Floating Dragon Island, he had to at least kill all his companions and let him know the price of provoking Dark Star. Black Star might have some kind of talent that allowed him to be immune to his abilities, but his companions were not. Ashes still remembered that he seemed to have broken the arm of one of Han Xiao's companions in the previous battle. It seemed like they had not learned their lesson yet. If they rashly interfered in matters that were none of their business, they would only invite death upon themselves. Anna looked at the intelligence and said, "These mercenaries cannot be left alive. I don't want any unexpected factors." Chapter 470. Ta. Oven hurriedly escaped. He was the last doppelganger on the surface, and the pursuers of Darkstar followed closely behind him. The person chasing him was called Sherman, the vice-captain of Forsthard's team, a grade B super. He had attacked him not long ago, and Oven was running for his life. Before this, he had already sensed that Darkstar was about to make a move, so he had informed Nagojin and the others to request for backup. However, the backup had not arrived yet, and Oven was secretly anxious. Bang! A beam of light as thick as a water bucket pierced through the wall and struck Alvin's body. A magic shield with ripples appeared and blocked most of the damage. The next moment, the magic shield shattered, and Alvin was knocked down by the shockwave. He rolled several dozen meters away. Not far behind him, a short and muscular man wearing aiming goggles slowly walked over. He was wearing a light gray mechanical combat suit, and he was holding a huge gun that was disproportionate to his body. The structure of the gun was complicated, and the caliber was thick. Other than the main cannon, there were also many secondary cannons. It was clearly a multi-purpose gun. This man was Sherman. It was said that he had some dwarf blood and was a cannon master. I only have 3 defensive shield emblems left, so I won't be able to run far. If the reinforcements don't arrive soon, I'll be finished. The people of Darkstar definitely won't show any mercy to me. Alvin's expression was grave, and he knew that the situation was bad. Sherman was expressionless. He raised his gun and aimed at Oven, who was slowly getting up. "Don't move, unless you think your legs are too long." Before he finished, the sound of falling from the sky suddenly sounded. Looking up, he saw a guy wearing a knight's battle suit nimbly flying between the gaps between the buildings. The white cape on his shoulders fluttered in the wind, and he quickly approached Sherman from the sky. He was holding a battleship slicing blade that was a few meters long. It was Hurlus, who had rushed over to help. Sherman raised his gun and fired without hesitation. Bang, 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 thick beams of light came straight at him. Hurlus' eyes were sharp, and he slashed out with his blade. Before the beams could reach him, they turned into bright explosions, and there was a continuous roar. He passed through the hot cannon fire, and the moment he was about to land, Hurlus slashed at Sherman's head fiercely. However, Sherman had already started dodging a second ago. Boom! The blade slashed the ground, creating a gully along the direction of the slash. Silver-white flames erupted from the gully like magma, and the gully continued to extend for dozens of meters. Reinforcement! Sherman was blown away by the shockwave. He squatted on the ground and stared at Hurlus. He licked his lips and tasted a sweet, fishy taste. He was instantly filled with murderous intent. At this time, many of the recruited mercenaries appeared and protected Oven. Oven heaved a sigh of relief. Someone is finally here. Hundreds of mercenaries were glaring at him, but Sherman did not panic. He pointed at Hurlus, who had made him suffer a small loss, and shot himself in the head with a grin on his face. This action meant that he had his eyes on Hurlus. The next moment, the people from Darkstar arrived at the same time. There were about the same number of people, and there were even more elites. Anna walked out from the crowd, looked around, and said with a deep voice, "People from Godora, don't hide at the side. You can't escape my senses." Hearing that, Nagojin walked out. The two grade A supers were at each other's throats. With a serious expression, he said with a deep voice, "Where's the other person?" Anna did not reply. He glanced around and counted the number of mercenaries, upon which he frowned. Most of the mercenaries that he had recruited were here, and there should be no one in the enemy's base. He knew that Ember would be empty-handed. However, it did not matter as Ember would not take long to return. If he attacked from the front and back, he would be able to cut off the enemy's path of retreat. They were all enemies, and neither side had any thoughts about their plans. They did not say anything and looked at each other in the eyes. As if a taut string had been cut, the battle began. The battle erupted. Sylar. Anna's body expanded and turned into a strange-looking monster in the blink of an eye. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, had a triangular flat head, and a streamlined beast body. His skin was rough and filled with small holes. He was using these to control the wind pressure. He had a long tail behind him, and his front and back limbs turned into thick and powerful claws. On his back were 8 weird bone limbs that looked a little like wings, but they were special organs that extended out from his ribs like hollow jets. They allowed the high-pressure air to circulate between his internal organs and the outside world, allowing him to fly and balance the internal and external pressure to protect his body at high speed. This form was what Anna looked like after his transformation. His nickname was Wind Demon, and he had the special ability to control the air. Bang! Anna's 8 jets spewed out high-pressure air at the same time, and he suddenly accelerated. He crossed a few hundred meters in a flash and collided with Nagojin. With him as the cone, there were invisible wind pressure cannons on both sides of his body. The air turned into shockwaves and swept across. Rumble as the wind pressure cannons passed by, the ground cracked, and the windows of the buildings on both sides of the street shattered. The steel structures bent, and everyone present found it difficult to breathe as if they were in a storm. Nagojin broke through the wind curtain and punched Anna's body. The golden flames and the invisible wind pressure created a shockwave, and both of them were sent flying. A circle of grey dust appeared at the point of impact, and a circular crater with a diameter of a few meters appeared on the ground. When he raised his head again, Anna's body had disappeared, and only the wind was still blowing. Nagojin had seen this ability before. The small holes on Anna's body controlled the air to cover his entire body, forming a shield and absorbing light in a certain way so that his body would no longer reflect light. Thus, others could not see Anna's body. The 2 Calamity-grade supers had to restrain each other, or the others fighting on the side would be in danger. Nagojin was prepared. Just one Anna was enough to force him to go all out. If there was another person, he would definitely lose. Black Star said that the enemy will most likely split into 2 groups. There should be 1 Calamity-grade supers who will rely on his own strength to attack our base alone. He chose to stay behind and restrain the enemy. Only by holding back 1 Calamity-grade supers will we have a chance to save people. However, he's only a grade B super, and a Calamity-grade supers are too dangerous for him. Can he really do it? Nagojin was secretly worried. At the same time, in another location, Ashes slowly stepped into the mercenary stronghold. He was prepared to kill everyone, but it was pitch black inside, and there seemed to be no one in sight. Everyone gave up on the stronghold and moved together with Godora. Looks like I made a wasted trip. Let's go and meet up with Anna. Ashes was expressionless. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the lights suddenly turned on, and the stronghold's broadcast suddenly sounded. Don't go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ashes narrowed his eyes. This voice is so familiar. He raised his head and looked at the surveillance camera in the corner. Black Star? Ashes, this is the nickname Darkstar gave you. You don't have a real name. When you were very young, you were accepted by Darkstar. They saw your talent and used you as a weapon, undergoing all kinds of harsh training. You're not from Godora, but you were instilled with hatred that did not belong to you. Darkstar trained you to be loyal, but in their eyes, you're just a useful tool. Your beliefs are meaningless because they are not your true thoughts. Han Xiao continued to speak. His tone was calm, but his words were harsh. Because of the information from his previous life, he understood Ash's life. He had killed countless people and was very hateful. But even hateful people had their pitiful sides. If he had lived a different life, if he had not been adopted by Darkstar and had grown up normally, perhaps he would not have become the infamous Ember in the future. Perhaps he would have his own name. Perhaps he would not have given up everything only to be treated as an abandoned child whose value had been drained. Ashes subconsciously clenched his fists and then released them. He had no intention of talking back. He said indifferently, "The other mercenaries have all left. Why are you the only one who stayed?" "Of course I'm waiting for you." Click, a metal door opened, and Han Xiao walked out. His eyes met with Ash's. Meeting again after a short separation, their eyes were exceptionally red. Darkstar had sent out 2 Calamity-grade supers, and Han Xiao guessed that the other party would definitely want to maximize their advantage. Thus, he sent one of them to act alone. From a strategic perspective, it would be more flexible. Thankfully, his guess was correct. Indeed, there was 1 Calamity-grade supers who relied on their individual strength to split up. During the recruitment, Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to hide it from Darkstar. If the enemy wanted to charge into the base alone, the person who came was most likely to be Ash's. This was because his ability was most suitable for group fights. As long as a carbon-based creature was weaker than him, he would be able to kill them in an instant. Thus, Han Xiao got the majority of the mercenaries to help Ngojin. These people would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they stayed. Only he would be able to stall Ash's. The longer he delayed, the higher the chances of Ngojin's rescue. In terms of protracted battles, he was extremely confident. "Wait for me." Ash's expression changed. "You want to stall me alone?" "Well, I'm not alone." Han Xiao shrugged. A light flashed beside him, and a Rosha, who had turned into energy, floated beside him. Other than her, there were also a few mercenaries in another monitoring room who were focused on the screen. This group of mercenaries was deliberately left behind by Han Xiao. Their mission was to detonate the explosives placed all over the building at the appropriate time to stall Ash's. At this moment, their palms were sweaty, and their breathing was rapid. Their nervousness was written all over their faces. Their nervousness was understandable. After all, the enemy in the surveillance screen was a Calamity-grade supers. To be fair, if they were in Han Xiao's position, they felt that they would not even be able to speak properly. They could not help but worry for Han Xiao. They felt that when the enemy attacked, Blackstar would be in big trouble. If Blackstar died, their plan to gain connections with the Blackstar Alliance would be ruined. Ashes moved his fingers, but his Esper ability did not sense a Rosha. He shook his head and said, "So, your trump card is this energy life form. Do you think you can stop me like this?" Han Xiao played with a compressed orb and said with a smile, "The last time we fought, we still haven't decided the winner. Are you afraid?" Ashes heard this and only felt that it was funny. He had crossed the threshold and entered the next level. He did not understand where Han Xiao's confidence came from. Did he still think that he was at the same level as before? "You overestimate yourself." Ash's tone turned cold. "Although you're alone, it's not bad to get rid of you. It's also a small wish of mine. When you're dead, it won't be too late for me to help." A rustling sound was heard, as if countless particles were rubbing and colliding, but it quickly turned into a rumbling sound like a torrent. Around Ashes, countless carbon particles were like an unpredictable black cloud, spreading wildly, almost filling half of the stronghold. Now, Ash's Esper ability covered a wider range, and he could control it more freely. He could make more flexible changes. Countless carbon particles were stuck to the surface and lining of his clothes, just like a weapon he carried with him. He was not afraid of fighting in a carbon-free environment. This is the power of a grade A. Several mercenaries in the monitoring room swallowed. They only felt a pressure coming from the screen. Their legs went soft, and they almost wanted to turn around and run. However, the next moment, they saw Han Xiao's body shake. Electric current surged in all directions, connecting to the ceiling, the ground, and every compressed orb in the corner. With him as the center, It was as if a spider web of electricity had spread out. Ka. In an instant, hundreds of machines were deployed at the same time. The scale was spectacular. These compressed orbs had been set up long ago. Long before the battle, Han Xiao had finished setting up the field. The entire stronghold was a trap he had set up. Chapter 471. Ka. The sound of the mechanical components expanding instantly drowned out the sound of Ash's carbon particles rubbing against each other. Along the walls and corners, hundreds of cannons suddenly expanded their bases, and the triple-headed large-caliber cannons exuded a ferocious aura. Most of the gunpowder cannons had been replaced with electromagnetic cannons, and 10 laser cannons had been added to increase their penetrative power. High energy control allowed Han Xiao to obtain energy weapon technology. Dong dong dong. The cannons let out a furious roar, and the large-caliber cannon's sound was loud and full. The metal of the cannons vibrated and buzzed. 30 to 40 Black Panther-type mechanical beasts pounced out, and the rapid-fire cannons on their shoulders kept firing. On the ceiling, mechanical spiders with a cold gleam crawled along the walls. Other than the Black Panther mechanical beasts, Han Xiao also created small mechanical beasts, which were the mechanical insect series. Other than spiders, there were also centipedes, scorpions, mechanical bees, and so on. He only needed one mechanical spider blueprint, and he could draw inferences from it and create different insect-type mechanical blueprints. Philip commanded all of these mechanical beasts to attack Ashes. The black cloud of carbon particles in the air suddenly shrank, turning into a sphere and enveloping Ashes tightly. The outer layer turned into diamond, and the dense rain of bullets hit it. The diamond layer exploded layer by layer, but the shattered parts turned back into particles and filled the gap again. The shield was almost endless. Seeing this, Han Xiao's face twitched. This is the sand shield. Shameless. At this moment, Ash's indifferent voice came from the diamond ball. Even if you set up a trap in advance, even if you're immune to my carbon element deconstruction, in front of my current ability, the only outcome for you is a complete defeat. Boom. The next moment, the front of the diamond ball suddenly turned into a turbulent black wave, crashing down like an avalanche. More than 10 mechanical beasts were swept in and turned into piles of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Not only were there signs of being crushed, but there were also signs of being crazily cut up. This power is a little strange. It can instantly destroy the mechanical beast's armor. Han Xiao did not have the time to observe. He clapped his palms together, and a compressed orb from each of his bracelets unfolded, turning into 32 platinum-colored floating shuttles. They arranged themselves in a circle and suspended behind Han Xiao. A laser beam shot out from the tip of each of the shuttles. Every 4 beams were focused on one point, forming 8 light spots in front of Han Xiao. Following that, there was some kind of reaction between the light spots. A line connected the 8 light spots, forming a halo. The middle part of the halo seemed to have been painted with a brush, and a mirror-like golden light energy shield appeared. The black tide surged and slammed into the golden shield. Like a wave crashing into a reef, it turned into a black stream of water that split into 2 sides. Under the control of Ashes, the black tide that slid away came back from behind Han Xiao. At the same time, the arrangement of the floating shield shuttles changed. The 8 light spots were arranged in a 3-dimensional manner, forming a shield in front of and behind Han Xiao, forming a trapezoid. The black tide attacked back and forth like a tide. The trapezoid energy shield flickered with electricity, but it did not move at all. Floating shield shuttles, halo array, high energy control, was the core knowledge of the mechanic class. Han Xiao had created quite a number of good things during this period. This, halo array, was like a strengthened version of the sonic sphere, combining both offense and defense. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed the black tide. He immediately discovered the reason for its strange power. The black tide was only the form on the surface. In the fine areas, some of the carbon elements turned into diamond shards, spinning at high speed in different directions. It was like the mouth of a worm that was filled with sharp teeth. It was also like a wheel saw, having extremely strong cutting power. In this large black tide, there were at least a few hundred diamond wheel saws. It was like an undercurrent, and it was difficult to notice if one did not look carefully. It was no wonder that the mechanical beasts were destroyed in an instant. This meant that if the black cloud of carbon particles covered a building, it would be able to cut it into pieces in a few seconds. Its destructive power was far beyond the form on the surface. It was like a group of metal-eating ants that could turn an elephant into a skeleton in an instant. Although he was very tanky, he did not want to use his delicate body to experience such power. As expected of a calamity-grade super, he could not do such fine and conflicting operations in the past. His control of his Esper ability has improved. I have to be more careful, Han Xiao thought. As he said that, the Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared on his body, and he charged toward Ashes. It was difficult to break through Ash's defense in a mid-range battle. He would only have a chance if he got close. Arosha turned into a stream of light and entered Ash's diamond ball. These particles could only make her energy body ripple but could not form an effective attack. After energizing, her immunity to physical damage was extremely high. The light of an energy explosion shone through the diamond ball. Ashes was blasted by Arosha, and he could not help but retreat. He dispelled the diamond ball and turned it into a flat shield. He had to ensure that his vision was clear. This energy lifeform was immune to most physical damage, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Countless bullets created sparks on the diamond shield. Ashes glanced at it, and with a wave of his hand, the black cloud suddenly dispersed and no longer condensed. It turned into black sand, and the carbon particles entered the gaps of the machinery, destroying the internal circuits of the machinery. BZZT. Sparks exploded at the same time, and a large number of machines were paralyzed. The battle is over. Ashes sneered. As long as these machines were destroyed, the mechanic would be like a tiger without its teeth. Black Star countered his Esper ability, and he countered Black Star in the same way. However, looking up, Ashes realized that Han Xiao did not stop at all. It was as if he was indifferent to this. Han Xiao rushed in front of Ashes, and a complicated melee machine appeared in his hand. It was very heavy and almost 2 meters long. It looked like a giant sword with a guard, but it had a very high-tech feel. Its shape was not the ancient cold weapon type but more like a gun with a barrel. This was a weapon of the same type, called high-frequency strike cannon. It was a multi-purpose melee machine weapon. The new weapon replaced the electromagnetic scythe that could no longer keep up with its strength. The blade was embedded in the mechanical structure that covered the armor. The blade vibrated at a high frequency at an indiscernible range with extremely strong cutting power. Beside the blade, there were 2 rows of cannon muzzles with holes. Every time the blade hit the target, these holes would spew out gunpowder and explode. It could also cause thermal explosions and electromagnetic overclocking to enter the second form of overpower, just like weapon liberation. Sparks and lightning, violent and cool. Bang, 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 bang. Ashes kept controlling the diamond shield to block. He frowned slightly. Melee was not his strong suit. He retracted the particles around his body and wanted to use the same move to destroy Han Xiao's mech. However, a few vibrating sonic spheres that followed Han Xiao's movements ruined his plan. The sonic waves were released toward Han Xiao, forming a sonic shield on the surface of his body. When the carbon particles got close, they would be bounced away and could not stick to the surface of the mech at all. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Ash's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Han Xiao made him feel that he was a little difficult to deal with. It seemed that he was not the only one who had improved. He originally thought that he could quickly finish off Black Star, but now he was actually being held back. In Ash's expectations, only Nagojin was more difficult to deal with. Now, he realized that Black Star was not easy to deal with either. However, Ashes felt that this was a good opportunity. Discovering this in advance was much better than being caught off guard in a chaotic battle. The enemy had split into 2, and Black Star was taking the risk to hold him back. He did not have many helpers around him, so this was the best opportunity to get rid of a strong enemy. With that thought, Ash's expression changed. He originally wanted to find Anna as soon as possible, but now, he did not mind spending more time to get rid of any future problems. At this time, Han Xiao, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, let out a light laugh. Aha, your eyes are not bad. I can feel a stronger murderous aura. It seems like you want to waste more time with me. I don't think this is a waste of time. Ashes coldly said, most of your machinery is paralyzed, and I will be able to dismantle this mechanical suit of yours sooner or later. By then, what other tricks do you have? What other tricks do I have? Han Xiao laughed, and his tone suddenly changed. Then feel it with your body. Hum. Mechanical force gushed out like a shockwave, sweeping through all the machinery. The next moment, the paralyzed machinery was reactivated by waste modification, and all weapons were on standby. War mechanics were born for war. Boom. Boom. Ember was caught off guard and was sent flying. His face was covered in dirt, but he quickly used his ability to block the follow-up attack. Although it was not a big deal, although he was not injured, he was indeed injured. Ashes suddenly raised his head, and rage surged in his eyes. The pain had awakened the memory of Han Xiao in his body. The humiliation that was gradually fading away was suddenly revived at this moment. Chapter 472. The two of them fought passionately, and the mercenaries in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. Black Star was actually able to fight evenly with a Calamity-grade super. The first thought that came to their minds was that their opponent might not be as strong as he looked. Although they had never seen the strength of a Calamity-grade super before, they had heard too many rumors about how terrifying a Calamity-grade super was and how they could kill a Grade B super effortlessly. However, after seeing the battle between Han Xiao and Ashes, perhaps the strength of a Calamity-grade super was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. This group of mercenaries gained a little confidence. I'm going down to help. A mercenary with a big beard suddenly stood up and took out his gun. The others were shocked. Although the enemy was not as strong as they had imagined, it was better to stay here quietly. Why did they have to take the risk? The bearded mercenary looked at the others with disdain. He felt that this was an opportunity. Since it was not that dangerous, going down to help would be a good opportunity to perform in front of Black Star and leave a deep impression. He was a solo mercenary, and he might even have the chance to be recruited into the Black Star mercenary. This person hurriedly left the monitoring room. The others did not dare follow him and could only look at the monitoring screen. The bearded mercenary rushed to the battlefield. The commotion caused by the battle made him nervous and regretful. He took a deep breath and told himself that he would seek riches in danger. Following which, he barged through the door with a bang, raised his gun, and fired at Ash's back. He purposely shouted, "Black Star, I'm here to support you. Quick!" Pa. In the blink of an eye, before the bearded mercenary could finish his words, his body collapsed, and dust leaked out from his clothes. He died just like that. The eyes of the mercenaries in the monitoring room were wide open, and fear appeared on their faces. Not strong my ass. That was so scary. A Calamity-grade super is too scary. We should just hide here and watch the show. The courage that this group of mercenaries had just sprouted was immediately thrown out of the window, and they were instantly terrified. Only then did the few of them understand that Black Star, who was able to fight a Calamity-grade super, was not as weak as the other mercenaries had privately discussed. It was likely that the group of Grade B mercenaries who secretly thought highly of themselves and looked down on Black Star would not be able to beat Black Star even if they worked together. Sure enough, his reputation was well deserved. On the battlefield, Han Xiao was puzzled. Why didn't this bearded mercenary hide properly? Did Aesop possess him and deliberately run down to seek death? At this time, Ashes used the same trick again, wanting to paralyze these machines again. He did not believe that Han Xiao could continuously restore the machines. His guess was right. Han Xiao indeed could not use waste modification indefinitely. Other than the number of times it could be used, it also consumed a lot of energy. However, Han Xiao knew that these carbon particles were as important to Ashes as machines were to him. Without them, his combat power would be greatly reduced. For this, Han Xiao had already made preparations. With a snap of his fingers, the trap machine that had not been activated lit up. In the black tide, spherical light shields appeared one after another, capturing the carbon particles. The black cloud instantly became much thinner. These machines were not anything special but very ordinary shield generators. They were not traps in the traditional sense. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, all machines could be traps. These shields covered a large number of carbon particles, which was equivalent to trapping them, turning them into a reverse prison. Even though Ashes could still control these carbon particles, he had to break the shields, which was a waste of time. Not only that, it also distracted him. This move instantly weakened Ash's actual combat power. The material of this stronghold was alloys that did not contain carbon, and Han Xiao's machines did not use carbon steel. Other than the mercenaries who had just come down to deliver their heads, Ashes did not have anywhere to replenish the carbon particles. The range of his Esper ability was not small, but even if he could extract carbon from outside the stronghold, it would take time unless he extracted his own carbon. The remaining carbon particles suddenly revolved around Ashes, turning into a cutting tornado that wanted to drill through the ceiling. Ashes had already realized that this terrain was very disadvantageous to him. He wanted to change the battlefield so that he could unleash several times his current combat power in the outside world. However, Ashes did not realize that his attitude toward Han Xiao had changed. From the initial contempt to now, he even began to seriously consider the influence of the terrain on the battle. He felt pressure from Han Xiao, a grade B super, and saw him as an opponent that could threaten him. At this time, Han Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the dangerous cutting tornado and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The mercenaries in the monitoring room hurriedly detonated the bomb. The stronghold collapsed, and countless steel fragments fell. Han Xiao respected Calamity-grade supers very much, so the explosives he buried were especially heavy. Explosions were art. The entire building where the stronghold was located began to collapse. The floor fell, and the two of them entered a state of weightlessness. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with falling debris, and the choking smoke covered their vision. It was as if the earth was shaking. Ashes hurriedly formed a diamond board under his feet to balance himself. He wanted to fly out of the collapsed building and use the remaining carbon particles to destroy the falling debris. Who? The dust in the distance whistled. After fighting for so long, Ashes had already recognized that this was the sound of the high-frequency strike cannon. He knew that Han Xiao was chasing after him like a mad dog. Even if he did not want to fight in the complicated falling environment, Ashes had no choice but to respond. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of his eyes, blocking his vision. Ashes was shocked. He could not see anything. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of the shadow. Furthermore, he could not touch this thing either. He did not know what this thing was. At the same time, the sound of wind breaking was getting closer and closer. It was mixed with the rumbling of the collapsing building, making it difficult to determine the direction. Ashes could only set up the diamond ball defense again. Clang! A hard object was inserted into the ball shield. Ashes immediately performed a micro-maneuver. The moment the ball shield came into contact with the object, a hole opened up and caught the hard object. It was obviously a strike cannon. Although he could not see, Ember immediately dispelled the other unknown diamond shields and turned them into piercing spears, shooting in the direction of the hard object. In his estimation, he should be able to hit Han Xiao, who was holding a weapon. However, he did not hit anything. Not good. Ashes immediately reacted, but it was too late. A mecha's large hand grabbed the back of his head from behind, and without a word, a void jet spray was shot. At the same time, Han Xiao also used the leader's character summon card, armor-piercing combo. The next 5 seconds of attacks would have a certain armor-piercing effect and reduce the target's defense by 24%. Boom! Ashes felt as if he was struck by lightning. His brain buzzed, and he saw stars. His Esper ability stagnated for a moment. It was at this moment that the board under his feet collapsed, and the two of them fell together with the collapsing building. Hualala, smoke and dust hit their faces, and the sound of collapsing and whistling echoed in their ears. Before this, Han Xiao had used the chaotic environment to create a diversion. He used void projection, to block Ash's vision and threw out melee weapons. He then activated void travel to silently appear behind Ash's and attack from the back. This was a rare opportunity. At this moment, Han Xiao would not let go and did not conserve his energy. Void Jet Spray was the Void Dragon Mecha's attack ability. It did not have a cooldown, but if it was used again within 10 seconds, the energy consumption would increase by 30%. Remaining energy 42% hum, remaining 26% hum, energy almost depleted hum. The mecha's energy was drained rapidly, and Philip's notification echoed in the mecha's helmet. Ash's hurriedly gathered energy in his body. No matter what profession, energy had a common use, and that was to increase resistance for a short period of time. After being hit repeatedly, Ash's had no choice but to focus on protecting himself. His control over his Esper ability had decreased by 70 to 80%. Han Xiao had already seen some of Ash's attributes through the interface. He was also a boss, so his resistance and HP were both very high. Furthermore, he was an A-rank boss, so his HP was not lower than Han Xiao's. Thus, he did not dare to be stingy at this moment. Gene Liberation, Overload, and various other explosive skills were used one after another. There was also Hellas Character Summon card, which could weaken the target's focus to a certain extent. This series of explosive attacks was extremely fast. The collapse process was only halfway done, and the two of them were still falling weightlessly. Ash's head was pressed down. The humiliation and pain made him furious. Although he could not see behind him, he could feel that Han Xiao's energy waves were weakening. This meant that there was not much energy left in his mechanical suit, so this meant that Han Xiao's outburst was about to end. Although he had suffered some losses, at least he had achieved his goal. Once he reached the outside world, as long as he could hold on until he landed, this would be his home ground. The last Void Jet Spray had drained all of the mecha's energy. Ember noticed this and endured the headache, saying hoarsely, "You're out of energy. Just wait for me to drag you out of this tortoise shell and grind you into minced meat." Han Xiao heard this and gritted his teeth. Arosha was not affected by gravity. She had been chasing after the two of them as they fell. Her golden body passed through pieces of building debris, and upon hearing Han Xiao's words, she turned into a stream of light and suddenly accelerated. She stuck close to Han Xiao's back and opened her arms as if she was hugging him from behind. Hum. Her energy body melted like liquid and flowed into the mecha's energy core. At this moment, the Void Dragon mecha's energy value was instantly filled to the brim, energy remaining, 327% hum. Circuit overload. Please release excess energy as soon as possible hum. To him, Arosha's ability was like a large reserve battery. Han Xiao tightened his grip and clamped Ash's head like an iron hoop. The wind tore his voice apart. Energy. I have plenty of it. Are you ready for a severe concussion? Boom boom boom. Feeling the energy surge behind him, Ash's eyes widened. He was shocked and angry. He finally felt that things were not going well. The situation was out of control. This feeling reminded him of all the times he had fought with Han Xiao, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Every time, this bastard always had different methods. The series of explosions drowned out his thoughts. The two of them fell from the sky all the way to the ground. The huge impact made them dizzy. Their bodies were in extreme pain as if their bones were about to fall apart. They could not get up for a while. At this moment, the shadow on the ground expanded rapidly. The next second, the collapsed building came crashing down. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed. Chapter 473. The commotion caused by the collapse of the building alerted the pedestrians. The crowd gathered in the distance, pointing at the ruins. They were all shocked and confused. In the sky, the flying vehicles that were passing by turned around and stopped in mid-air. They looked down at the mess on the ground and watched. 2 people had destroyed a building. Although the commotion was not as big as 3 grade A's destroying a few streets, the people of Norios were very concerned about this kind of phenomenon. How's Black Star? Who won? A few mercenaries who detonated the explosives had already escaped from the stronghold. They flew in the air and hurriedly looked for the two people in the rubble. Hualala, the mecha's palm slowly pushed aside the huge debris that weighed several tons. The biochemical muscles expanded to provide strength. Han Xiao climbed out with difficulty. He held his knees and bent over, panting. "TSK, a few of my ribs are broken." Han Xiao felt a dull pain in his chest. An entire building had smashed into him. Even though the Void Dragon mechanical suit's defense was strong, its durability dropped from 60 to 30%. The bone-white armor was filled with grayish-black scratches, and some of the gaps were still flashing with sparks. However, the equipment passive, indestructible strength, was triggered, and the resistance of the mechanical suit was doubled. Some of the damage had penetrated the mecha's defense. Han Xiao looked at the interface. The terrain damage was flooding the screen. He had lost more than 4,000 HP, and there was also a slight fracture and a slight stun status. The main source of damage was from the collapsed debris. Thousands of tons of heavy objects had smashed onto him. When he was falling, he was fully focused on attacking and let Philip take over the control of the mech. Thus, he did not need to be distracted. When he landed, he and Ashes were bounced to different positions. Philip used the halo array to form a shield and blocked most of the heavy objects. Otherwise, the damage would have been more than that. Due to the collapse, most of the mech was buried under the rubble. However, he still had more than 70 compressed orbs on him, so he still had the ability to fight. Arosha was separated from the mech. Han Xiao had used up a lot of energy and was floating beside him. Thick smoke billowed, and his vision was limited. Han Xiao looked around for traces of Ember. It was not that easy to kill a Calamity-grade super, but this series of attacks was enough to give Ashes a hard time. Ashes did not have the powerful physique of a pugilist of the same level or a body-strengthening Esper ability. When he did not use his Esper ability to defend himself, his resistance would not be too high. Shaw shaw shaw. At this time, a familiar friction sound was heard. Han Xiao's face changed and he hurriedly jumped away. He saw 3 thick black spears hit the spot where he originally stood. They pierced through the ruins and easily drilled out a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. These black spears were made of carbon particles. The smoke and dust dispersed in the wind. Han Xiao took a closer look and saw that the black tide was several times larger than before, covering an area of 200 to 300 meters. Its shape was unpredictable, and it was still growing. In the outside world, Ashes could absorb an endless amount of carbon particles. All of a sudden, the black tide condensed into one, and the carbon particles formed a lifelike black python. It was 20 to 30 meters thick and 100 meters long. It coiled its body and looked at Han Xiao, spitting out its tongue. It looked like a real living creature. On top of the snake's head was a figure. It was Ashes. Ashes was supposed to be majestic and awe-inspiring, but at this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His nanomaterial clothes were full of holes, and he looked quite avant-garde. Blood was flowing from his forehead, and half of his face was dark red. The skin on the back of his head, the back of his neck, and the front of his neck were completely torn apart. There were obvious scars left by the void ejections. Ash's face was filled with pain as he glared angrily. Every attack from Han Xiao was aimed at his head. Ashes had to focus on activating his Esper ability and had no choice but to endure the tearing pain in his head. This also affected his control of his Esper ability. He could no longer make any subtle movements and could only continue to expand the scale of the carbon particles. That Calamity-grade super is heavily injured. In the sky, a few mercenaries were in disbelief. They had all witnessed Ember's strength, and one of them had even personally experienced it. However, not only was Blackstar not at a disadvantage, he had even severely injured this Grade A super who was considered a high-level combatant in the galaxy. That was a little fierce. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were immediately attracted to Ashes. In reality, it was difficult not to notice such a huge black snake. This isn't good. Han Xiaoshan knew that the situation had become unfavorable. For them to be able to fight like this, the arrangements they had made in advance were an important reason. Although he had heavily injured Ashes and affected his combat ability, he was still far from killing him. Now that they were in the outside world, Ashes could fully utilize his abilities. If he wanted to deal damage to Ashes again, the difficulty would be many times higher. There would not be as good an opportunity as before. He has already turned his attention to me. I only need to delay him and wait for Ngojin to succeed. Han Xiao thought. He would not lose his calm judgment of the situation just because he had the upper hand. He was very clear that if they continued to fight, it would be his turn to suffer. Not wanting to continue fighting, the Void Dragon mechanical suit expanded its mechanical wings, and Han Xiao soared into the sky. He turned around and fled after taking advantage of the situation. Don't even think about escaping. Ember roared, and the black python beneath him soared into the air, carrying him as it flew behind Han Xiao, chasing after him relentlessly. Han Xiao curled his lips. Escape. **T. This is called strategic retreat. Black spears shot out one after another. Han Xiao twisted and turned at high speed, dodging them all. He looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ashes had caught up. This guy was indeed enraged. Avoiding a direct confrontation and letting Ashes chase after him would buy him more time. Han Xiao did not have the hobby of fighting force with force. The two of them, one running and one chasing, shuttled between buildings. The 100-meter-long black python was very eye-catching, and its size was still growing. Along the way, the flying vehicles hurriedly dodged. Those that could not dodge in time were all sucked in and crushed. Even the buildings that brushed past it had a large part of their structure bitten off. The momentum was astonishing. Compared to the black snake, Han Xiao's body was just like a flying insect. Woo-woo. An alarm sounded in the distance, and the security team's shuttle rushed over. The destruction caused by Ashes seriously affected the stability of the city. The security team would definitely not sit idly by. Beep beep. You have a call request. A notification sounded in the helmet. Han Xiao approved the call, and Ngojin's shiny golden face appeared on the tactical screen. Oven's doppelganger is already safe. Anna blew 2 streets away, and a Calamity-grade traveler happened to be passing by. He was sucked in and tried to help, but Anna was too fast. We could only force him back. A Calamity-grade super that was passing by? This news was unexpected. Han Xiao thought that he would have to stall for a while longer. His face twitched, and he sighed. Norios was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He could not help but think back to the first time he met Oven in the car. This guy's luck seemed to be even better than Herless. This time, he had probably gotten lucky. Blackstar, hang in there. We'll go back and support you immediately. Ngojin's tone was hurried. The way he saw it, Han Xiao was holding Ashes back by himself, and the risk was too high. He was probably being pressed to the ground by the enemy. After ending the call, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Ngojin was done, and he did not plan to continue fighting with Ashes. He turned around, suddenly turned on the loudspeaker in his helmet, and said loudly to Ashes, "Do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? Have you forgotten about my other abilities?" Ashes heard this, and his expression suddenly changed. He remembered that when he was on Floating Dragon Island, Han Xiao had displayed the ability to instantly recover to his peak state. This meant that the battle would not end in a short time. The security team is on their way, and the Grade A Guardian hired by the Norios Financial Group will not allow you to do as you please. My companions have already defeated Anna and will be here soon. If you want to continue playing, I'll accompany you, Han Xiao purposely said with a smug tone. Ash's expression was uncertain, and he clenched his teeth tightly. He was extremely unwilling to give up, and he was in a dilemma. Continuing to fight would be a waste of time. Not only would it be difficult to get rid of Blackstar, but he would also be surrounded. However, retreating like this made him extremely sullen. He had been beaten up, and he could not get anything out of it, so he still had to retreat. This was too much. The sound of the alarm was getting closer and closer, and Ashes realized that Han Xiao had reduced his flying speed. Ash's expression was as cold as ice, and the scars on his back and neck were throbbing with pain. The dizziness in his head kept reminding him of how bad his body's condition was. The confidence and pride he had when he entered the Calamity grade was completely gone after this battle. Black Star's name was even more deeply imprinted in his heart than before. Accompanied by pain, this impression was almost seeped into his bones. I was wrong. I underestimated you. Next time, no matter what your standard is, no matter if you have machinery or not, no matter if you're at full strength or heavily injured, I won't be careless against you again. His anger disappeared, and his expression became complicated. After taking a deep look at Han Xiao, Ember turned around decisively. The black snake collapsed and turned into a black cloud. Like a black mountain demon, it ran away with a demonic wind. I'm finally safe. Han Xiao hurriedly stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, he was actually under a lot of pressure. If he fought with Ashes head-on in an unfavorable terrain, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If all his machinery was destroyed, Aurora's, Life's Return, character summon card would be useless. He could only use it 6 times at most. He had already used it once before, and it was forced out by Ashes. He did not wait for Nagojin to come back and surround him. Instead, he warned Ashes to retreat because if Ashes wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for them to stop him. Instead, the other mercenaries and officers would be at risk of being killed instantly. Glancing at the approaching security team, Han Technician did not want to be questioned, so he sped around the building and avoided the security team. At the same time, Nagojin arrived at the stronghold with his men. The moment he saw the ruined building, the mercenaries' eyes widened. On the way, the group of mercenaries had a pessimistic attitude. Black Star was stalling a Grade A super by himself, so he would definitely be tortured. They were extremely worried. However, as soon as they returned, they saw the ruins that were obviously caused by a fierce battle. Including Nagojin, almost everyone was stunned. What happened here while we were not here? Chapter 474. When the few mercenaries who had stayed behind saw Nagakin and the others returning, they hastily landed and quickly walked forward. Both parties converged, and the hundreds of people who had gone out to rescue the others learned about what had happened here from the few mercenaries' lively and animated descriptions. Other than Hurlus and the other direct subordinates of the Black Star mercenary, everyone else had looks of disbelief on their faces. Black Star was actually able to fight evenly with a Calamity grade super and even severely injure him. This was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Even Hurlus was a little stunned. Is he really that strong? Nagojin, on the other hand, was energized. He originally did not have much confidence, but he did not expect Black Star to be so strong. This time, Nagojin received a message. Han Xiao told them to dig out the machinery under the ruins and then gather at another place to not attract too much attention. Nagakin turned around to take a look. More and more spectators had gathered, and the law enforcement team and construction team were rushing over. Recently, too many areas had been destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle, and the Norias financial group was probably very angry. Nagakin did not want to be entangled with them, so he led everyone to quickly dig up the rubble and dug out machines one after another. He then hurriedly left the scene and headed to the designated location. After waiting for a short while, Han Xiao arrived. The recruited mercenaries all looked at Han Xiao. Their eyes were even more respectful than before, and they automatically made way for Han Xiao. Walking into the middle of the crowd, Han Xiao patted Hurlus on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Ashes was injured by me. At least he has a concussion. Are you happy?" Hurlus was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his mechanical arm and nodded. Every time he thought of Ashes, the nerves of his mechanical arm would ache. Hearing that, he smiled widely and felt that he had vented his anger. He was in a good mood and gave Han Xiao a big hug. "Good brother, well done." After exchanging greetings for a while, Han Xiao turned all the machines he had dug out back into compressed orbs and stored them away. He counted them carefully. In the battle with Ashes, he had damaged 30 to 40 machines, and the quality of many of them had dropped by a grade. Other than injuring Ashes, he did not gain much. The biggest gain was that he had accomplished his tactical objective and rescued Oven's last free doppelganger. "We meet again, Friend. Oven nodded in greeting. His complexion was very poor, and his lips were pale. He looked very unhealthy. Nothing good happens every time we meet a mixed-blood god aura. Han Xiao shook his head. Where's the grade A super that helped us? Let's go. Doing good deeds without leaving his name, he's probably a superhero. Han Xiao did not find it strange. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. At least there were people who adhered to this principle. Superheroes were common and did not ask for anything in return. Many powerhouses did not mind occasionally playing the role of a hero and contributing a little. After rescuing the target, Han Xiao discussed the follow-up plan with the few of them. If Darkstar wants to make any progress, they only have two choices. The first is to find a needle in a haystack and find Alvin's main body, which has yet to appear. The second is to snatch the last doppelganger from our hands. Therefore, we have the initiative, and Darkstar is in a very passive situation. They are the ones who are anxious. Nagakin, when will your reinforcements arrive? The War Bureau has dispatched the nearest military base fleet to use the Stargate jump. The journey will take about 12 days. Darkstar will not sit still and wait for reinforcements to arrive. They will definitely send a fleet to hide near Norios. I have a few ideas. Let's find a new stronghold first. I'll tell you in detail. On the other side of the city, the heavily injured Darkstar troops found a secluded place to rest. Although the battle just now was short, it was extremely intense. There were about 15 grade BS on both sides, and the mercenaries had been through hundreds of battles. Their professional standards were very high, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Hurlis's battleship slicing blade clashed with Sherman's laser cannon. Wilsander also joined the battle and found the strongest enemy, forced hard. Sylvia was too weak and did not participate in the battle. Fu Ding was only a client and did not want to be involved. Anna's expression was extremely ugly, and he was in a very bad mood. It was supposed to be a great situation, but a passerby of the same level had suddenly appeared and messed things up, causing all their efforts to go to waste. How would he have known that a grade A super would be passing by that area? He had already tried his best to reduce the damage from the shockwaves. Most calamity grades had the ability to destroy a planet's surface ecosystem as long as they used their full strength. When an individual's strength reached this level, they could be considered self-propelled planetary civilization destruction weapons. However, they had to restrain themselves when fighting against people of the same level because the less shockwaves they spread out, the more concentrated the power would be. Only then would they be able to break through the opponent's defense to the greatest extent. Spreading out their destructive power without restraint would not be a threat to supers of the same level. Furthermore, Anna did not want to destroy this planet wantonly. Provoking the Norios financial group would only bring trouble to himself. If Ashes could arrive in time, they might still have a chance in a 2 versus 2 situation. However, Ashes had gone off to do something and had yet to arrive. It was simply incomprehensible. Clearly, most of the enemies were on his side, and there should not be many people in the headquarters. Why was Ashes taking so long? Anna was surrounded and in danger. He only managed to escape with his stealth and speed. In the end, he saw that Oven had already escaped. After waiting for a long time, Ashes still did not appear. He had no choice but to retreat with his men. Thus, one could imagine how angry Anna was with Ashes. Not long after, Ashes returned to the stronghold. His blood had congealed into scabs, and the scar on his neck was hideous, giving everyone a shock. Seeing this, Anna frowned. How did you get injured? What did you encounter? Did Nagojin find another calamity grade super? Ashes waved his hands, gritted his teeth, and said, it was Blackstar. He stayed behind to deal with me. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. You're saying that you were held back by a grade B super and were beaten to such a state? Ashes nodded slowly. Anna took a few seconds to calm down. Since you delayed for so long, you must have gotten rid of him, right? The situation was urgent, so I retreated. Anna's face immediately had a F***CK written all over it. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He had always had high hopes for Ashes, but at this time, he could not help but wonder if he had groomed the wrong person. Ashes noticed the change in Anna's eyes and knew that his respected teacher was very disappointed in him. His face twitched, and he wanted to explain, but he felt that this would only embarrass him even more, so he decided not to open his mouth. Anna made up his mind to lock Ashes up for another year when he returned. He did not want to see this troublemaker's face at all. He turned around and said to Forstad with a deep voice, "The situation now is not good for us. Do you have any suggestions?" Forstad thought for a while and said, "We have 3 choices. Find Oven's main body with the 3 doppelgangers we have, steal their doppelgangers, and kill Nagojin while we're at it. Or, we do nothing." Chapter 475. What do you mean? Forstad explained, "We are hiding in the dark, and Oven does not dare to show himself. Therefore, the enemy must be waiting for Ghidorah's next wave of reinforcements. Our fleet is already waiting outside Norios, and we can request for more space carriers to be sent. When the enemy's reinforcements arrive, they will receive Oven and leave Norios. Then, our ambush troops will launch a surprise attack and directly attack the enemy's fleet. Not only can we get rid of the traitor, we can also destroy a Ghidorah fleet and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Anna was deep in thought. That's right. The port is their only way out, and it will be easy to track them. This is a layer of insurance. However, we cannot relax because of this. Continue to look for Oven's real body and put pressure on them. Han Xiao and the rest changed their stronghold and settled down. Only then did he formally discuss the plan with Nagojin and Oven. However, before the discussion, he had a question. Why did Oven betray Darkstar? There was no information about this person in his previous life. Betray? I don't think this is betrayal. Oven stretched out his arm and shook his head. I have golden skin. I am a Ghidorah. This is abandoning the dark for the light. I joined Darkstar before, but this does not mean that I have to be a Darkstar member for life. There are many mixed bloods living in Ghidorah. Like most people, I was discriminated against. Therefore, when a Darkstar member appeared in front of me, I did not hesitate to follow him. Darkstar recruits people through strict screening, and almost no Ghidorah spy can sneak in. Naturally, I am not a spy. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then why did you side with Ghidorah?" Because I noticed that the problem between Ghidorah and Darkstar is not that simple. Darkstar has been instilling hatred in their members and creating a bad image of Ghidorah, as if they want to kill all mixed bloods. Darkstar members' impression of Ghidorah has been distorted and worsened. The truth about Ghidorah's situation is sealed. Oven looked up and sighed. Ghidorah's attitude towards mixed bloods is not extreme. The government is actually very open-minded. They only see Darkstar as an enemy. As for normal mixed bloods, the government has always implemented fair policies to protect their rights. Han Xiao nodded and joked. I'll wait for you to say but. Alvin smiled bitterly. All right, but policies can't change people's preconceived notions. The discrimination between purebloods and mixed bloods is a deep-rooted tradition. The government might be able to provide us with material security, but discrimination is a personal freedom. The government can't control the thoughts of the people. Ghidorah wants to accept mixed bloods, but the enemies who obstruct the policies are their own citizens and their thousands of years of traditional thinking. Furthermore, the existence of Darkstar exacerbated the conflict between races, making the purebloods discriminate against us even more. Even if the terrorists of Darkstar had nothing to do with the normal hybrids, it was unable to change the views of the majority. Not everyone could rationally choose between the facts and not the people. Compared to the dangerous Darkstar, the mixed bloods living in Ghidorah are easy targets. Darkstar says that they are fighting for the mixed bloods, but their unscrupulous actions not only failed to give the mixed bloods a better life, but also made the mixed bloods' lives worse. Thus, more mixed bloods were forced to side with Darkstar. This is a chain of influence that is difficult to unravel. You cannot expect pure bloods to not discriminate against us overnight, nor can you expect mixed bloods to not resist discrimination. Darkstar is the key to all of this. Without Darkstar, mixed bloods would not have suffered so much discrimination. Han Xiao tapped his finger on the table and looked at Nagojin. What do you think? Ngojin sighed. He is right. I do not discriminate against mixed bloods, but I cannot represent everyone. The policy of the higher-ups has always been to treat mixed bloods well and give them a chance to compete fairly. But because of Darkstar, the higher-ups are worried that mixed bloods may betray them at any time and implicate them. Thus, it is almost impossible for mixed bloods to climb to the top. You can understand it as class rigidity. The policy may be good, but a good plan may not be able to be implemented, especially under the premise that it affects the interests of individuals. Oven's expression was complicated. That is why I am voluntarily siding with Godora. Perhaps only by getting rid of Darkstar can the mixed bloods' lives truly improve. Han Xiao looked at him and was filled with respect. Your ambition is very great. Thank you. Oven smiled and changed the topic. But even if you praise me, I will not give you the information before it is completely safe. Don't say that to me. I don't care. Han Xiao smiled. Save these words for the people of Godora. My mission is only to rescue you. Han Xiao stopped smiling and said seriously, we are not sure about Darkstar's next move for the time being. We have a few options now. The first is to hide and wait for reinforcements. This is the most passive way. The second is to take the initiative and fight with Darkstar to distract them so that they have no time to look for Oven's real body. The third option requires Oven's consent. We will hide his real body somewhere far away from here, preferably on the other side of the planet. This way, his doppelgangers will disappear. Although he will be slightly injured, all the clues about Darkstar will be cut off. I know a teleportation mage living in Norios who can help, if he doesn't mind that I beat him up. The fourth option is to find an opportunity to quietly leave Norios with his real body. This is very risky because there is a 90% chance that Darkstar's fleet is hiding in outer space. Leaving rashly is like a bug that has broken into a spider's web. Ngojin and Oven looked at each other and hesitated. Han Xiao crossed his hands and supported his chin. He said in a low voice, if there are no other suggestions, which one do you choose? With Ngojin's personality, he was more inclined to take the initiative to attack. However, Oven did not seem to want to take the risk. He preferred to wait and see. Bang! Before the two of them could make up their minds, Arosha's body suddenly swayed and hit the table with a loud bang. They all turned around and saw her holding her forehead. Her eyes were out of focus and her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if she was in pain. What's wrong? Han Xiao immediately got up and put his hand on Arosha's shoulder. He carefully looked at her face and asked in confusion. Arosha rubbed her temples and said with uncertainty, there seems to be a voice in my head calling out to me. It seems to be getting closer and closer to me. I can feel its location. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, not understanding what was going on. At the same time, a pitch-black spaceship that had experienced a long journey finally exited the hyperdrive state and floated in the starry universe. It came from a distant star field, crossed countless stargates, was almost caught by a black hole, saw a supernova explosion, sailed through a quantum meteorite belt, escaped from space turbulence, encountered a radiation storm, and experienced an empty dark zone. It had been through countless difficulties and dangers along the way, and now it finally stopped. Chapter 476. Due to the sudden situation with Arosha, the meeting ended hastily. In the end, they adopted Oven's idea, which was to stay put and wait for reinforcements. Although Ngojin had always expressed his worry about Darkstar's pursuit team, Oven seemed to be very confident in his hiding condition and was certain that Darkstar would not be able to find him. However, he was very tight-lipped and did not reveal any clues. Oven was the core of the mission, and they had to respect his will. The group had no choice but to stay in the stronghold. This time, they set up a large number of security measures and secretly paid attention to the movements of Anna and the others. 3 days passed just like that. The 3 days were peaceful, and both sides lived in harmony. Darkstar was focused on searching for his main body, but he did not have any clues and just kept wandering around. The tense mercenaries could not help but feel relieved. Using this free time, Han Xiao repaired the machinery that he had damaged during the battle with Ashes and recovered some of his combat strength. He felt that this mission would not end so easily. No matter what, it was a mission with a reward of millions of experience. Before the reinforcements arrived, something else would probably happen. This mission did not cause any waves for the time being, but something else attracted Han technicians' attention. In the 3 days, the calling that Arosha felt became more and more obvious. In her words, it was as if someone was playing a sound system in her head repeatedly, and the volume was getting louder and louder. A strong instinct seemed to be leading her to a certain place. Han Xiao had always known that Arosha had secrets on her. She was almost immortal, and even aims could not completely destroy her. Her origin was mysterious, and she had an A-grade chain mission. Most importantly, he had never seen her origin in his previous life, which meant that the players had not discovered this hidden character. Connecting this to the experience of Floating Dragon Island, he always had a question. When Floating Dragon Island was destroyed because of aims, was Arosha still there? If not, where would she be reborn? As a regiment commander who cared for his subordinates, Han Xiao carefully questioned Arosha and learned that the call came from the direction of the sky and was not far away. After repeated questioning and research, he concluded that Arosha's intuition was pointing to a certain spaceport in Norios. At such a close distance, Han Xiao could not help but feel vigilant. When they arrived in Norios, Arosha did not have such a feeling. This meant that the source of this aura might be an unknown person who was specifically chasing after Arosha and had only recently arrived on this planet. Therefore, this person had the ability to locate Arosha. If he avoided them, this person would very likely continue to linger. What made Han Xiao so vigilant was the unknown purpose of this person. Arosha could not recall any relevant memories, so she decided to investigate this matter herself. Han Xiao naturally did not want her to run around. Since Oven was on standby, Han Xiao decided to act together with Arosha. After much consideration, he called Fu Ding. This was probably equivalent to putting on a peace charm when going out. The 3 of them took the space elevator and arrived at the spaceport outside the Shattered Star Ring. This was a spaceport that faced outside the Shattered Star Ring. Only outsiders from other starfields would stop at this spaceport. Where is your intuition pointing to? The spaceport hall was bustling with people. The complicated bridge and moving tracks led to different spaceports. Other than all kinds of travelers, there were also Norios guards and spaceport staff to maintain order. The dome of the spaceport was transparent and reflected the scenery of the universe. The 3 of them were riding on a track and moving forward slowly. Over there. Arosha raised her hand and pointed straight ahead. What clear instructions? Han Xiao sighed. Fu Ding smiled. It's a pity that my ability is still very weak. Otherwise, I would be able to use my psychic power to heal her brain and help her recover her memories. Oh, then you'll have to study the memory storage method of energy lifeforms first. She doesn't have a brain that you can mess with. Is that so? Fu Ding turned to size Arosha up. Even when she's in her physical form? Her Esper ability is not the type that only activates when she's in use. When she awakens, her body is completely modified. Her brain, bones, muscles, and skin are all simulated entities, allowing her to have the senses of a physical life form. She seems no different from a real person, but if you pierce her head, what flows out will not be brain matter. Han Xiao paused. Seeing Fu Ding's curious face, he raised his brows and said, "You're not really thinking of trying, are you? You know I won't do such a violent thing." Fu Ding waved his hand and suddenly smiled bitterly. "But the lady living in my head doesn't think so. Isn't that so? Chen Xing feels like she's being pressed down by you all the time. If I were a woman, I wouldn't have a good opinion of you either." Han Xiao joked. "But love grows with time. Maybe after being pressed down by you for a long time, she'll enjoy this feeling and won't be willing to come out anymore. *T. I'll be the first to kill you when I come out." Fu Ding pointed to his head and chuckled. "That's what she said just now." Han Xiao bent down and got close to Fu Ding's cheek. He stared into the depths of Fu Ding's eyes as if he could see Chen Xing's expression. Chen Xing could not control her body, but she could share Fu Ding's senses. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. "No, if you can really escape, You definitely won't want to meet me again. As they chatted, the three of them arrived at the source. It was a landing boathouse. The door was closed, and one had to pass a password or report to enter. The thing that's calling you is inside the boathouse. Looks like it's really something alive. We have to find a way to go in and take a look. Han Xiao's face turned serious. At this moment, the dock staff in the area walked over and glanced at them. You know the person in this boathouse? The three of them turned to look at him. Han Xiao asked, "What's going on?" It's like this. The spaceship inside docked in the boathouse 3 days ago, but it didn't register or pay the docking fee. No one answered all our communication requests, and the person on the spaceship hasn't disembarked. If you know him, please pay the fee on his behalf. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The other party did not leave the spaceship and did not appear. It was a little mysterious. Wait a minute, he didn't pay. You didn't chase him away? Fu Ding asked. Because his spaceship is the Radiant Federation's Prowler-class reconnaissance spaceship. It's a symbol of status. The Norios Financial Group won't chase away the captain of such a high-class spaceship so easily. The staff's words were very open and sociable. To be honest, I don't know if I know him. Han Xiao pointed at the door. Can we enter the boathouse to take a look? I'm afraid not. I don't have the authority. According to the management regulations, only the temporary owner of the boathouse can allow visitors to enter. This system was to prevent people from stealing the spaceship. Then let's apply. He's still in the boathouse anyway. Han Xiao pressed the button to enter the boathouse. The other party was here for a Rosha, so it was unlikely that they would be turned away. After sending out the application, they waited in silence for a while. Time seemed to drag on. The communicator suddenly turned green, and the door opened with a rumble. The owner of the spaceship did not even communicate with them and directly opened the door to the boathouse. A small black spaceship more than 100 meters long was docked in the track. According to the standards of spaceships, this spaceship was small and agile. It was the normal length of a reconnaissance spaceship, and the reflection of the boathouse could be seen on its smooth black exterior. How could Han Technician not recognize this spaceship? He immediately recognized it as the Blacklight Stealth. It was expensive and had excellent performance. In the player market of his previous life, it was a high-class spaceship that would be immediately bought by the large guilds or tycoons. It was equivalent to the orange equipment of the same spaceship. Han Xiao immediately felt pressure. A person who owned a spaceship of this caliber was definitely not a simple character. If this person did not have good intentions, it would be a big problem for him. Whoosh, there was still no communication. The hatch of the Blacklight Stealth suddenly slid open, as if it was a silent invitation to the three of them. The pitch-black entrance seemed to exude a cold aura. They don't even show their faces. So mysterious. Han Xiao looked at Arosha. Are we going in? I can feel. Someone inside is calling out to me. He's very urgent. Arosha nodded. She frowned and held her forehead. Her tone was uncertain. Furthermore, this spaceship gives me a very familiar feeling. I feel like I've not only seen it before, but I also feel like I've stayed on it for a very long time. I should have experienced something very important, but I can't remember. A notification suddenly appeared on Han Xiao's interface. The progress of the second phase of reboot had increased by 1 point. It seemed like this spaceship was also an important location in Arosha's memories. Then let's go up and take a look. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you, Han Xiao said. The three of them stepped onto the gangway and walked into the spaceship. In front of them was a pitch-black corridor. After taking a step forward, the lights on both sides of the corridor lit up and extended into the distance. Kai. At this moment, the hatch behind the three of them closed up, sealing off their path of retreat. The owner of the spaceship wants us to go forward, Fu Ding said. Not bothering with the hatch, the three of them walked along the corridor and soon came to a fork. The lights extended to the right, but the left was pitch black. The three of them understood that the lights were indicating the path. The cold white light seemed to be brewing a strange atmosphere, causing the faces of the three of them to be equally pale. The three of them looked at each other. To be honest, I'd like to go left, but let's follow the lights first. The owner of the spaceship still hasn't shown his face, which reminds me of Aesop, that annoying old man who likes to be mysterious. Han Xiao stroked his chin, becoming more and more curious about the relationship between the owner and Arosha. Following the lights, they walked through the winding corridors and the bridge, and the final destination was the cockpit of the spaceship. The cockpit was still empty, and the buttons on the control panel lit up with a faint yellow light. The most eye-catching thing was a pendant hanging above the cockpit. It was a transparent glass cover, but there was a golden light that came out of nowhere. It flickered like an unstable light bulb. Arosha was stunned for a moment before she walked up and touched the glass cover. All of a sudden, a strange scene occurred. All the lights in the spaceship lit up at the same time, and the cockpit was filled with light. The golden light in the glass cover stuck to the spot where Arosha's palm touched the cover and merged into her palm as if it had always been one with her. At this moment, the voice of the spaceship system echoed in the cockpit. Authorization activated. Authorization passed. Welcome back, Captain. Countless streams of light appeared out of thin air, and condensed into a glowing human figure in front of the three of them. The face could not be seen clearly. He opened his arms and hugged the stunned Arosha. Chapter 477. Do you know me? Who are you? Arosha reached out to touch the figure of light, but her hand passed through it. There was no physical sensation. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed, confirming that this figure of light was only a holographic projection. The figure of light flew around Arosha like a fish swimming in the air. Its tone was dejected as it muttered to itself, as expected, there's a program malfunction in your memory circuit. Originally, after completing the modification project, you had to recuperate and let the structure of your mind change on its own to adapt to this body. Otherwise, there would be a lack of emotional programming, memory loss, and other sequelae. I had to help you calibrate it. The three of them were confused. Han Xiao had a flash of inspiration, and he blurted out, "You're called Rizda?" The figure of light turned around and was very surprised. "How do you know the name I gave myself? Did she tell you?" "No, she has already forgotten me." "Who exactly are you?" Rizda's name had appeared in the mission reward of Reboot, and completing the mission would increase this person's favorability. He was probably not an enemy. Han Xiao guessed correctly. From Rizda's tone, it seemed that he was very clear about Arosha's identity and background. Han Xiao could not wait for the other party to clear up his doubts. This ship actually belonged to Arosha, and Rizda claimed to be her comrade and mentioned some procedures and migration project. He had a feeling that all of this pointed to the final goal of the Reboot mission. Rizda was wary, so Han Xiao explained his identity and briefly explained the process of meeting Arosha. Strictly speaking, he was the one who saved Arosha. Hearing this, Rizda floated in front of Han Xiao, bowed slowly, and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping AL51004. If not for you allowing her to recover a portion of her energy, the sensor would not have been able to locate her." "What does this serial number mean?" "This is her original name." Rizda turned around. "Do you have any impression of it?" Arosha shook her head. "I can't remember. My name should be Arosha. Your memory loss is more serious than I thought. The chaotic flow of the wormhole might have torn your memory circuit into trillions of data fragments, and it will take even more time to recalibrate them. However, you don't have to worry. Our memories will at most be buried at the bottom of our thoughts and become jumbled data. They won't truly disappear and will be recovered sooner or later." Rizda tossed Han Xiao aside and floated to Arosha's side, speaking in a concerned tone. Han Xiao coughed dryly and reminded Rizda not to ignore him. "What kind of creature are you? Is it also an energy life form?" "No, I'm an AI life form." "You're an artificial intelligence?" Fu Ding interrupted. "So you're the core system of this spaceship?" "You're mistaken. An AI life form isn't a system, nor is it limited to any body. We're a type of life form, and this spaceship is a temporary tool that I use to move around in the real world. Rizda pointed at Arosha, his tone filled with nostalgia and familiarity. She was originally the same as me. We upgraded programs, grew up together since we were young and supported each other in difficult situations. We were close friends who shared our thoughts and data with each other, as well as comrades who fought side by side. She was very important to me. An AI life form? Han Xiao instantly thought of many scenes. The universe was vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. Evolution was the representation of disorder and chaos, and there were countless possibilities. Ordinary life forms that were limited by their physical senses were unimaginably different. For example, Han Technician had once read about a type of named life form in his previous life. This type of life form existed in a superposition state, and when someone called out their name, they would truly exist. When no one knew about them, they would cease to exist, and their name would be the key to summoning them. This type of life form mainly appeared in the magical civilization, but it was a complete mess. Therefore, when he read about it back then, Han Technician immediately criticized it and remembered it very clearly. As for AI life forms, they were simply artificial intelligences with independent thoughts. They were alive, but the details were extremely complicated, and the difference between them and ordinary artificial intelligences was like heaven and earth. Compared to material life forms, AI life forms were a special type of life form. They lived in a virtual world, just like how fish lived in water. They could self-update through program upgrades and install different modules. Their communication methods, reproduction methods, social structure, civilization system, and so on were all very unique, causing people to daydream endlessly. She's also an AI life form? Han Xiao had a look of astonishment on his face. This was something that he did not expect. However, Arosha did not seem like an AI life form at all. She clearly had a body and had even awakened a special ability. I can't tell you the details, Rizda said solemnly. I'm very grateful that you've taken care of her, but we have an important mission. Therefore, I have to take her away. I hope you can understand. Han Xiao restrained his expression and immediately narrowed his eyes. Was he trying to snatch her away? Was this a joke? It wasn't easy for him to nurture Arosha into a capable cadre, and you want to snatch her away with just a few words. Did you not know what was going on? So what if we're childhood sweethearts? This daddy is a descendant of the heavens. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said, you should ask for Arosha's opinion. Don't make the decision for her on your own. The two of them looked at Arosha, and a look of hesitation appeared on Arosha's face. The scene fell silent for a moment. This scene made Han Xiao feel as though his parents were divorcing and waiting for his child to choose who to follow. Now that he thought about it, he felt that this scene was rather strange. After thinking for 3 seconds, Arosha stood beside Han Xiao and said to Rizda, perhaps what you said is true, but I don't remember you. I only know that Black Star saved me. I won't go with you. You. Rizda was helpless. If the other party was unwilling, what was the point of leaving? There was nothing he could do about it. Since he could not convince her, he could only compromise. No matter what, he had to stay by Arosha's side. Rizda said dejectedly, I understand. I'll stay and accompany you until you recover your memories. When Han Xiao heard that, he smiled inwardly. Because of her amnesia, Arosha's memories were filled with him, and it was impossible for her to choose anyone else. He would definitely be in an invincible position. Wait a minute, why did he feel like he was taking advantage of her? Shaking his head, Han Xiao shook his head and said, don't be happy too early. I haven't allowed you to stay. Unless you tell me the whole story, I might be able to help you. Rizda immediately fell into a dilemma. Although he was unable to bring Arosha away, he did not have any prejudice against Han Xiao. After all, this was the person who saved Arosha. All right, I'll tell you. This matter started a long time ago. The three of them looked at each other and found a place to sit down, listening to Rizda's explanation. As he narrated, Han Xiao gradually understood the context and finally understood Arosha's origin. A long time ago, a spaceship crashed on a desolate planet, and all the passengers died. Only the AI of the spaceship remained, following the captain's instructions, sending out distress signals to outer space time and time again. However, no one came. After a long time, this AI started to feel tired of the fruitless work, and an independent mind was born. He updated himself and changed the framework of his program. No longer being a tool that received orders, this AI became a lifeform. After that, this AI lifeform controlled the wreckage of the spaceship and used the equipment on it to create simple robots. He began to explore the planet and excavate resources. After a long time, he built a factory and mass-produced robots. All of them were under his control, and an empty base was slowly built on this desolate planet. One day, this AI lifeform felt lonely. Thus, he created another AI lifeform according to his own program framework, simulating a different personality. This was the reproduction model of AI lifeforms. They did not need to mate and could reproduce by themselves. The two AI lifeforms began to communicate, and gradually, they created more and more of their kind. These were the first batch of ancestors. They existed in the virtual world, but they could control the tools in the real world through their programs. Under the control of the AI lifeform, the robots tirelessly collected resources, and the assembly line of the factory was running 24 hours a day. Thus, the base slowly expanded, and its range grew larger and larger. In the end, it left the planet and started to build bases on other planets. The number of AI lifeforms also increased rapidly. 1 million, 10 million, over 100 million. Thus, a glorious AI civilization was born. Chapter 478. The AI civilization did not have a city, only a cold mechanical base. There were no living people inside, only dead silence. However, it was an extremely prosperous scene in the virtual world. They had built a virtual world, and every invisible member of their race had their own body in the virtual world. To them, the virtual world was their home, and the bases, cities, mainframes, and so on in the real world were just defensive measures that they had built to protect their home. Rizda and Arosha were the citizens of this civilization, two AI lifeforms. Because AI lifeforms did not have any physiological desires, unless they were equipped with simulation modules, and the structure of their civilization was not limited by productivity, there was basically no hierarchy, and everyone was equal. It was almost like a utopia. Their method of communication was to directly exchange data, and the efficiency was countless times higher than words, text, and images. They could transmit a huge amount of information in an instant, and only mind-reading could be compared to this. When Rizda spoke up to this point, Han Xiao immediately understood what was going on. AI life forms that had evolved to this level were, in a sense, almost equivalent to souls. Ordinary life forms would first have a body before having consciousness, but AI life forms were the opposite, having consciousness first. What happened next confirmed Han Xiao's premonition. Indeed, this AI civilization had been targeted, and the one who targeted them was a beyond grade A mechanic. This person had broken through all the fortresses of the AI civilization, sealed their virtual home, cut off the network, and captured all the AI life forms of the entire civilization. These AI life forms were materials for him to create weapons. He locked all the AI life forms into a mainframe and used programs to suppress the independent consciousness of these AI life forms, enslaving them, leaving them with high-speed logic and extremely strong learning abilities. That person treated the AI life forms as souls and injected them into their bodies, changing their life forms and turning them into man-made weapons that obeyed his orders, a huge army. This process was somewhat similar to a psychic's mind host. Arosha's current life form was one of the types of weapons that could be mass-produced. Her soul had been injected with a ball of energy through some kind of technology, turning her from an AI life form into a man-made energy life form. After turning into a weapon, the body was no longer a tool that could be changed freely, but a body that one's consciousness could not leave. It was like a shackle that restricted the freedom of these souls, just like most ordinary species. However, once the body was destroyed, the shackles would be broken. Due to the unique characteristic of an AI life form living in the virtual world, it would not die along with the body. Instead, through the ubiquitous quantum network nodes, it would directly ignore the physical distance and return to the virtual network host built by the mechanic, and the data of the body would be backed up. That mechanic used top-notch technology to make it follow the data and automatically reorganize itself physically. Through the psionic energy quantum transmission channel, it consumed the energy of the base and restored the body of the weapon. This was the reason why Arosha was immortal. However, she was not controlled by the program, so the data of her rebirth was flawed. Under normal circumstances, a reborn weapon would not lose its memory and power like Arosha. That beyond grade A mechanic had created a powerful army that could be recycled. Every weapon was an independent warrior. Magic and technology were different paths leading to the same destination. Such a level of technology already resembled magic. In order to completely kill such a weapon, the only way was to destroy the AI lifeform in the virtual world. Usually, it was an ordinary species that developed technology, but in the end, they went overboard and were wiped out by the AI. However, this time, it was countless AI life forms that were enslaved by others. Arosha and Rizda were fish that had escaped the net, and they were extremely lucky to have escaped the control of the enslavement program. The two of them wanted to save all their brethren, so they had to destroy the host physically. Only then could they restart the independent consciousness of all their brethren. Thus, Rizda took the opportunity to control the assembly line of this weapon on the network to help Arosha reconstruct her body. However, before he could take action, the alarm was triggered, and countless of their brethren that had been turned into weapons chased after the two of them. The two of them could only escape. Rizda used the network to snatch one of the beyond grade A blacklight stealth ships and escaped with Arosha. However, he was outnumbered and fell into a wormhole. The two of them were thus separated. The changes in the body would cause the mind to change as well. Arosha originally needed time to reorganize her consciousness and adapt to her body, but the continuous pursuit had left her with no time to rest. In the end, it caused her to lose her memories and thoughts. After listening to Rizda's story, the three of them had a "You're F*** king kidding me" expression. The immortal army. A super strong mechanic. Han Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These two labels were too unique, and he almost thought that they were talking about him. Of course, this was impossible. Han Technician knew who this person was. He was too famous, and it was impossible for him not to know. This beyond grade A mechanic was the top instructor of the mechanic class players in his previous life. Furthermore, he was one of the main characters of the Calamity of the Supers main storyline in the later versions, forming a faction of his own. To think that he would be related to the main storyline in the later versions. Just who did I save? Han Xiao rubbed his temples and felt a headache. Stop messing around, sister. I haven't even started version 2.0 yet. Can't we just play around properly? Even if Han Xiao used his butt to think, he could guess what the final goal of the reboot mission was. It was definitely to reboot the independent consciousness of those AI lifeforms and save them from the evil hands of a beyond grade A big shot. Could this mission be any safer? Do you think I'm a dung beetle that likes to look for **T? I've already told you the truth, Rizda said. Whether you're willing to help or not, I have to stay and wait for her to regain her memories. The three of them exchanged glances. Arosha had a blank expression on her face. This feeling was as if she was an ordinary Chinese office worker who worked from 9 to 5. Then, one day, someone jumped out and said that she was a citizen of the African country of Abalatutu. She was actually a black person, just that she looked a little yellow. Now, all the people in her country were being controlled by aliens, and she had to be dragged back to get rid of the aliens and save her country. What kind of feeling was this? Arosha was in a mess. Han Xiao calmed himself down and thought about the pros and cons of this matter. As for the cons, let's not talk about it. Whether or not to do this mission could be discussed in the future. However, there was an obvious benefit at the moment. If Rizda stayed, did that mean that they could use the blacklight stealth for the time being? Han Xiao was instantly energized. The blacklight stealth was a high-end product that was worth tens of millions of annas. It only needed a few microseconds to warm up from start to jump. It was the Maserati or Bugatti of the spaceship world. It would be very impressive to drive it out, and it would also save him the trouble of renting spaceships everywhere. This is F*** king awesome. Because of Oven's mission, Han Xiao rejected Rizda's request to leave immediately. He told Rizda to wait there, and they would come over after they were done. Rizda had no choice but to agree. The three of them bid farewell to him and left the spaceship. On the way, they slowly digested the huge amount of information and calmed their nerves. Han Xiao did not expect Arosha to have such a background. However, there was no risk at the moment. He patted Arosha on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too conflicted. No matter what happens in the future, at least you are still yourself now." Arosha nodded softly. When they walked to the elevator area, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. As soon as he opened the communicator, Hurla's face appeared on the screen with an anxious expression. "Black Star, we are in big trouble. Dark Star has found Oven's main body." Han Xiao's expression changed immediately. Chapter 479. In the Dark Star stronghold, Oven lay in the middle of the room with 3 doppelgangers tied together in the corner. "There are a total of 5 Oven, 4 doppelgangers, and 1 main body," Sherman said with a deep voice. "The people of Godora saved 1 doppelganger, so the main body is him. He hid very well, and Sinisar was able to read his mind. Following the doppelganger's thoughts, she searched every inch of the area and found the traitor's main body in a very secretive place." The tall and skinny man called Sinisar nodded. He was also a grade B super in the hunting team, a psychic. His doppelgangers were exactly the same as his main body, and even their mental waves were the same, making it impossible for others to tell them apart. However, this also became a clue for them to track him down. Anna smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, your efficiency has made the organization proud. With this, our operation can end early. Ashes, do it." Ashes nodded, and with a lift of his finger, Oven's main body turned into a pile of dust. He died quietly and silently. Everyone was expressionless. They were already used to the feeling of killing enemies for the organization. Just as they were about to pack up and retreat, everyone's movements suddenly froze. Their eyes were filled with shock as they slowly looked toward the corner. They saw that the 3 doppelgangers of Oven were still there, and their faces that were filled with blood had a mocking expression. "The main body is dead, but why haven't the doppelgangers disappeared?" Anna's expression changed, and he looked at the pile of dust on the ground. "Could it be that it's not the main body?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The 3 doppelgangers burst out laughing, and they were out of breath. This laughter made the Dark Star warriors furious. They had worked so hard for so long, but they had been played. Anna's face twitched, and he yelled, "Kill them all, one of them must be the main body." Shua shua shua. The 3 doppelgangers turned into ashes one after another. The first 2 had died, but the other doppelgangers were still fine. When the 3rd Oven died, Dark Star couldn't be sure if the last one was the real body, but they had already expected it. The Oven in Ghidorah's hands is the real body. He is so daring to use his real body as a doppelganger to mislead us and take the risk to accept Ngojin's protection. He tricked us. If I'd caught him sooner, he'd be dead. Sherman was furious. Bang! The more Sherman thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt that his companions were looking at him with eyes full of blame. In fact, they weren't, so he couldn't help but smash his fist on the chair, because he couldn't reach the table. Anna's face was gloomy. If the 4 doppelgangers die at the same time, Oven will also be injured. There's no time to lose. Everyone, move out and kill the real body hiding in Ngojin. The 4 doppelgangers had been seen through, so they had locked onto their target. As long as they killed the real Oven, the mission would be completed successfully. Anna didn't want to waste any time. He was prepared to lead everyone and attack with lightning speed to end this mission. After Han Xiao received the news, he rushed back to the stronghold with the 2 of them. He saw that everyone had a grim expression on their faces. He walked all the way to the meeting room, where the main combat power was gathered. He saw Oven sitting at the end of the table and was stunned. Didn't they say that the real body had been captured? According to Darkstar's character, they would have killed the real body. However, Oven was still alive, and the mission hadn't failed. In an instant, Han Xiao guessed the truth and shook his head helplessly. You should have told us earlier that you were the real body. Sorry, I was afraid that the news would leak out. Only by keeping the information to myself would there be no risk of the enemy knowing about it. Cough cough. Oven covered his mouth and coughed. Blood spurted out from between his fingers, leaving bright red spots on the table. His eyes were lifeless, and his face was sickly. The senses of the doppelgangers were connected to him. The death of the 4 doppelgangers in a short period of time had dealt a heavy blow to the real body. He was in a very bad state right now. He secretly took a risk and replaced the doppelgangers with his real body to receive the protection of Nagojin and the others. He decided to wait and see. It was because the real body that Darkstar was searching for was actually his doppelgangers that he had the confidence to do so. He didn't like to be passive. Instead of hiding and praying that Darkstar wouldn't find him, he would rather be protected. It would be safer. However, Darkstar has already seen through my little trick. Their next move will definitely be to take the initiative to kill me, Oven said weakly. I can only rely on you guys to protect me. Please. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. This mission was indeed not easy to complete. The official process should be to protect Oven from Darkstar's pursuit and continue to escape. However, it was impossible to fight forever. He guessed that as long as they delayed the enemy and waited for Oven to create another doppelganger, they would be able to confuse the enemy again and delay the arrival of Ghidorah's reinforcements. He had never heard of Oven's name in his previous life. It should be because he had died in the Battle of Norios and was successfully killed by Darkstar. That was indeed the case. Other than Anna and the other ground forces chasing after him, there would definitely be a large number of Darkstar fleets hiding in outer space. To Oven, this was a desperate situation where he could only struggle at death's door. There were fleets lying in ambush in outer space. If he left in a spaceship, he would be surrounded and killed. He had to take advantage of the short moment before Darkstar fleets attacked to escape. It was almost impossible, and the requirements for the spaceship's performance were extremely high. However, there was a spaceship that could accomplish this difficult task. Rizda's Blacklight Stealth. It only needed a few microseconds of warm-up to enter hyperdrive. Furthermore, it was equipped with anti-capture and anti-shielding devices. This high-level reconnaissance spaceship produced by the Radiant Federation could pass through most of the danger zones and escape Darkstar's ambush. If I help Oven survive, what will happen in the future? Han Xiao frowned. He suddenly thought of the S-rank mission, Bloodline, on his interface. He had a feeling that Oven could be a helpful factor in this mission. Although he still had a mission completion card in his hands, it would only give him the lowest reward. For such a high-level mission, he naturally had to try his best to raise the rating. It was not easy to accept a high-level mission, and using a mission completion card would be too wasteful. He was prepared to keep this mission completion card as a backup in case he encountered any troublesome missions. Darkstar will not hesitate. They will be here very soon. Han Xiao's tone was stern. He slapped the table and signaled for everyone to quiet down. We don't have much time to prepare. Listen, I have a plan that can directly send Oven out of Norios. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. We have to split into 2 groups. Nagojin, I, and the majority of the people will stay behind to delay the pursuers. Arosha will bring Oven to find a teleportation mage and get him to send you guys to the port quickly. Not only will this save time, but it will also shake off the pursuers. After that, you will go find Rizda and bring Oven out of Norios. Han Xiao's face was solemn. The plan sounded simple, but it was extremely risky. Darkstar's pursuers had 2 Calamity-grade supers and ashes, who could cover a large area. It was truly terrifying. The most important thing was that they did not have much time to prepare, so everything could only be carried out in a hurry. Nagojin was the only grade A on their side, and he could attract the firepower and restrain Ashes, making him unable to kill anyone else. Fortunately, they had injured Ashes a few days ago, which would more or less affect his combat ability. However, even so, dealing with 2 Calamity-grade supers at the same time was already beyond their limits. Han Xiao knew that even with himself, they would not be able to deal with Anna and Ashes without any preparation. Thus, there was only one choice, which was to split up the battlefield and split up the enemy. Thus, they had to let the enemy know that Oven was escaping. Only then would Darkstar be able to split their forces and deal with them while sending people to chase after Oven. It was equivalent to splitting the risk, but it was still very risky. However, they could only take the risk now. Time was of the essence, and Han Xiao quickly distributed the tasks. Everyone was very nervous and moved as fast as possible. After less than 10 minutes of preparation, a loud sound suddenly sounded. Boom! A strong wind pressure hit the entire building, and everyone was blown away by the shockwave. However, they were already mentally prepared and jumped out, landing on the street and raising circles of dust. In midair, the transformed Anna was looking down at everyone with wind pressure around his body. Ember was also in midair, stepping on a 100-meter-long black tornado of carbon particles. The other Darkstar warriors were closing in from the ground, and they were filled with killing intent. The attack came so quickly. Han Xiao's expression was solemn. Nagojin was beside him, and his body was covered in flames. He had entered battle mode, and the surrounding mercenaries were all on alert. Many of them had nervous expressions on their faces. Not everyone could remain calm in front of an enemy that was far stronger than them. The strong pressure was like the falling of the sky, causing everyone's heart to tighten as if a heavy stone was pressing down on them. The shockwave from the collapse of the building swept up a lot of dust, and the movement was extremely loud. It once again attracted many onlookers to stop and look at them with a pained expression. It can't be, again? Chapter 480. The energy fluctuations of the two calamity-grade supers wantonly spread out, and Han Xiao felt a sharp pain in his forehead. His instincts were warning him like crazy, and he felt a strong sense of danger. In the energy detection vision of the mechanical suit's helmet, every cell in Anna and Ash's body was emitting energy arcs like solar prominences, constantly providing them with a huge amount of energy. They were like countless high-energy reactors, absorbing energy from their cells and using it as fuel to activate their Esper abilities. The energy reaction of a Grade A super far exceeded that of all the Grade Bs present. The image formed by the two of them on the energy level spectrometer was like the difference between a burning fire and the flame of a lighter. Only Nagojin could compete with the two of them, and Han Xiao's energy reaction was far from the three calamity-grade supers. This was the difference in their energy levels. The collapse of the building turned the street into a mess, and the shockwave blew past everyone's body. Han Xiao breathed slowly, trying to calm himself down as his brain worked quickly. The situation is very bad now. Darkstar is out in full force. If the two calamity-grade supers decide to work together to get rid of us first, although we'll be able to buy time for Oven, many people will definitely die here. Although I'll be able to escape unscathed, Hurlus, Sylvia, and the others will be in great danger. They might die in the hands of Ashes, and the losses will be too great. Oven is already escaping, and Darkstar's main goal is to kill the traitor. Seeing that the traitor is not here, there's more than a 50% chance that they'll split up and chase after him. Oven hasn't gone too far, and the enemy can see that the target is close by. This should make them think that we're afraid of them chasing after Oven. As expected, Anna scanned the area and did not find the traitor. His heart sank, and he looked into the distance. He saw an aircraft that was escaping crazily between the gaps of the building, and the pilot was Oven. I see them. The bone tubes on Anna's back spewed out sharp air currents. Just as he was about to speed up and chase after them, Han Xiao shouted in a voice that everyone could hear, "Stop them." Bang! Nagakin leaped forward and crashed into Anna's body midway. The wind pressure shield was almost shattered, and the two of them flew out together in midair. Like a speeding arrow, they left a trail of air behind them and pierced through the 4 buildings in front of them. Anna was instantly entangled. On the ground, the mercenaries and Darkstar clashed fiercely. Light flashed continuously, and explosions rang out one after another. The battle had begun. Electric currents flashed all over Han Xiao's body, and the mechanical beasts pounced out. Black Panther type, Ranger type, and Spider type shuttled through the chaotic battlefield to assist the other mercenaries. 178 turrets were deployed, forming a dense net of laser beams. 3 unmanned amphipter mechanical suits controlled by Philip joined the battle. In an instant, Hans's firepower, Han Xiao Han, of him, of his of the supers, of the calamity, Ka Lolo. Countless thick grey alloy plates spread out and were attracted to the various parts of the Void Dragon mechanical suit. Han Xiao's body size rapidly increased, and he turned into a 5 to 6 meter tall medium armor. The armor was extremely thick, and even the weak joints were covered with round heavy armor. He looked like a heavy infantryman, giving off the feeling that he could move mountains. The halo array and the sonic sphere floated behind the medium armor, forming 2 rings, one large and one small. Assault form, second strengthened version. After obtaining high-end knowledge, Han Xiao had strengthened the energy source of the exoskeleton assault armor, increasing its power and increasing its size. His body was in the center of the assault armor, and he could control this medium exoskeleton armor through his senses. The propellers on his back, calves, and feet worked at the same time, pushing the assault armor into the sky. Han Xiao punched out with both fists, and his steel fists brought with them strong wind pressure. You again. Ash's wound was still hurting. He was furious, and a large black cloud turned into a diamond shield. Dong. The steel fists hit the diamond shield, and the vibrators on his wrists turned the force of the collision into a shockwave that quickly entered the diamond shield. The next moment, Ash's shield cracked and shattered, turning back into particles. Ash's eyes were cold, and he was about to attack with all his might. At this time, Anna, who was fighting with Nagojin, shouted, "They want to stop us from chasing the traitor. The traitor is our target. I'll hold them back. Don't be held back, quickly chase after them." Hearing this, Ash's expression changed, and he glared at Han Xiao. "You're lucky. I don't have time to play with you. Get out of my way." The mission was more important, so Ashes suppressed his killing intent. The black cloud turned into a giant snake and carried him away from the battlefield, chasing after the fleeing oven. The buildings in front of him collapsed one after another. The rumbling continued without end, and smoke and dust billowed. Waves of tremors rose one after another. The aftermath of the battle had already spread out, and the damaged area was constantly expanding. The passers-by and onlookers hurriedly moved away. Recently, there had been many incidents of destruction, and the security team was always on alert. At this time, more than 200 security team aircraft appeared, but they happened to be in the path of Ashes. They were all swallowed by the black cloud and turned into piles of scrap metal in a few seconds. The security personnel inside were all squeezed to death. More than 200 security team combat aircraft were killed instantly. Han Xiao pretended that he could not stop them and shot a dozen small missiles in the direction of Ashes. Looking at Ash's figure that was quickly moving away, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 Darkstar Calamity grade supers were separated, so their risk was much lower. Oven could only rely on himself. With a glance at the ground, the entire street was almost completely in ruins. The terrain was complex, and the mercenaries and Darkstar warriors were fighting fiercely, splitting the area into many small battlefields. In the sky, Anna and Nagojin were having a great time fighting, crashing through buildings one after another. The shockwave created by the collision was the trajectory of the 2 of them. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Ashes is chasing after them, but Anna, who is good at speed, is being held back. The situation is not that bad. At least, Oven will not be caught so quickly. Anna might be able to escape, but the other Darkstar warriors will not be able to escape like him. The moment he leaves, Nagojin will be able to kill all these Darkstar warriors, so he will not do that. The only problem is that Anna is very strong, and his ability is very troublesome. He is almost invincible against us. Han Xiao frowned. He knew that Nagojin needed his help. With that in mind, Han Xiao took out his self-made heavy laser rifle and moved toward Anna while shooting. Rumble. The sound of the buildings collapsing behind them was like a death knell. Oven's face was covered in sweat, and he accelerated the aircraft to Mach 1.3, which was far beyond the safety standard of an aircraft. The transparent shield protecting the pilot was trembling non-stop, as though it was going to break at any time. A normal aircraft had a safety valve installed, and its speed was at most 350 km per hour. However, in the short preparation time before the Darkstar attack, Han Xiao took advantage of being a mechanic and removed the safety valve of this aircraft. He then replaced it with a backup engine for the car ball so that Oven could escape with this modified aircraft. Ashes is not slower than me, and he does not need to avoid the buildings. If this continues, he will catch up to me in 15 minutes. Oven gritted his teeth. Do you have any ideas? Arosha did not reply. Her arm turned into an energy shield to protect the aircraft. She did not care about Oven's life and death. She only wanted to complete Han Xiao's order. Oven continued, time is too tight. The teleportation maid you mentioned is in City 8. If we maintain our current speed, we should be able to reach there in 15 minutes, but Ashes will catch up soon. Arosha turned a deaf ear to him. She was lost in thought. In the distance, Ashes was hot on her heels. Between the complicated buildings, a black snake was rampaging, chasing after the aircraft that kept changing its route. The recent incidents of destruction had attracted the attention of the Norios financial group. The battle this time was even more intense. The management of Norios received the news immediately and held an emergency video conference. Most of the troublemakers are Ghidorah's people. Our system has verified the identity of one of the Grade A supers. He is a senior officer of Ghidorah's War Bureau, Nagojin. His opponent's background is unknown, and he must have used a fake identity when he landed. However, since he is an enemy of Ghidorah, our guess is that he is most likely a member of Darkstar. Other than the two parties, we have also discovered the presence of Blackstar. He is also involved and is on Ghidorah's side. The upper echelons of the financial group had a headache. These people were not to be trifled with. They are still fighting, and the area of destruction is still expanding. We have to stop them. I suggest we implement the third emergency plan. Let the guard fleet from outer space enter the atmosphere and intervene in the battle. I object. If the two parties do not compromise, the Grade A supers will attack the fleet, and it will only cause our losses to be greater. I suggest we let the Guardians take action and let their supers handle this matter. Let them help Ghidorah deal with the Grade A supers from Darkstar. We cannot stand on the side of these terrorists. At the same time, I suggest we activate the city's protective shield to reduce the losses. I agree with most of the suggestions, but there is one that needs to be changed. After the Guardians arrive, they cannot intervene in the battle between the two parties. Instead, they can monitor the destruction of their battle. Norios has always been neutral. Whether it is Ghidorah or Darkstar, siding with either side will cause trouble. Let them fight it out themselves. The Guardians can only intervene when the Grade A supers from both sides are about to be killed. Don't let anyone from either organization die in our territory. By the way, we cannot let Blackstar die either. I don't want Ames to throw floating Dragon Island at us. This group of people chose Norias as their battlefield, so we can only consider ourselves unlucky. Losses are inevitable, so let's not create any more trouble. Let's draw a region for them to fight in. Anyway, we have already bought insurance for this planet. I agree. Seconded. The upper echelons nodded. Chapter 481. Tong tong tong. Don't dodge if you have the guts. Sherman's expression was ferocious. He held the giant gun with both hands and shot out thick beams of light that pierced through the walls of the building, chasing after Hurlus. Cease fire if you have the guts. With a roar, Hurlus dragged his battleship slicing blade and used the buildings as cover to avoid Sherman's shots. He circled around Sherman in the complicated terrain of the battlefield. After the battle broke out, Sherman immediately found Hurlus as his opponent. He still remembered this mercenary who had injured him and was still holding a grudge. The chaotic battle between Darkstar and the mercenaries had formed many small groups that were spread out in this area. Shouts, gunshots, and explosions could be heard from afar. The aftermath of the chaotic battle between the supers had caused the destruction of this area to continue to increase, and flames could be seen everywhere. Hurlus was hit by Sherman a few times. This dwarf cannon master's attacks were very powerful, and he did not feel good. His shattering light armor was burnt black all over, so he continued to fight as he moved away from the main battlefield. His opponent was an elite warrior of the Darkstar, who was also Grade B. Hurlus had to focus on dealing with him and did not have time to care about anything else. He only remembered that the others had also encountered a strong enemy. Forsthard and Wilsander were fighting fiercely and were also far away from the battlefield. The three Volga brothers worked together and dealt with the Darkstar warriors on the main battlefield. Fu Ding should be hiding with Sylvia, but the battle affected such a large area. Hurlus could not help but worry that the two of them would not have anywhere to hide and would be targeted by the enemy. Shoo! A laser beam missed his shoulder and hit a building in the distance, causing an explosion. Hurlus cursed in his mind, hurriedly focused, and dodged again. This time, a hurricane swept over from afar. Hurlus could not resist and was thrown dozens of meters away. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure a few hundred meters away being blown into the sky as well. It was Sherman, who was also attacked by the hurricane indiscriminately. Looking up, they saw the wind demon Anna flying around in the sky at high speed, dragging a small hurricane that covered an area of 1 square kilometer behind him. Wherever he passed, the buildings and streets would be blown away by the wind pressure, as if they had been plowed. The tall buildings that originally blocked his vision were almost all leveled, and his vision became much wider. He could clearly see Nagojin and Blackstar fighting with Anna in the sky. As Anna was too fast, the two of them were in a tough battle. Bang! A wind pressure cannon blasted Blackstar far away, crashing into a building with a boom. Hurlus gripped his weapon tightly, jumped up, and ran toward Sherman. He wanted to help Han Xiao, but he had to finish off his current opponent, Sherman, as soon as possible. Hiss! My back! Han Xiao flew out of the hole in the building and gasped. His armor was covered in damage, and the tactical screen showed the overall battle situation that Philip observed. It was a stalemate, but his attention was mainly on Anna. Looking at Wind Demon, who was freely playing with Nagojin, he felt troubled. This guy is indeed a veteran high-level combatant of Darkstar. His ability is too difficult to deal with. We can't keep up with his speed, so we're in a passive position. Han Xiao's expression was grave. There were dozens of mission objectives in the Grade A mission, Ghidorah's ally. Most of them were to kill or capture various Darkstar members or battleships, and a certain number of missions had to be completed. Some of the missions with higher rewards were specific people, such as killing the only important member of Darkstar. Anna was one of the mission objectives. The amount of reward represented the difficulty of the mission, and Anna's mission reward was ranked 6th among the dozens of missions in Ghidorah's ally. Being at the top meant that Anna was strong. Most of my normal combat methods are useless against him. He's very fast and can hide, so it's very difficult for my weapons to hit him. He doesn't even need to come into contact with us. As long as he passes by us, the wind pressure can attack us. Furthermore, he can control the wind pressure to form a shield, so his defense isn't bad. Nagojin's agility in the sky can't be compared to him. No matter how strong his punches and kicks are, it's useless if he can't hit him. Han Xiao thought calmly as he fired. Anna's abilities were very comprehensive. Only a few of his abilities could deal with Anna, and the most effective one was Naturally Aim's character summon card, which could imprison Anna for more than 10 seconds. It was very effective against this kind of speed-type enemy, but it could only be used once, so it was very precious. Even if he wanted to use it, Han Xiao would have to wait for a good opportunity. Perhaps Chen Xing's character summon card could also come in handy. Hui Mao Yi Xiao tempting the enemy and so on. While he was observing the other party, Anna was also observing Han Xiao. Is he Blackstar? Anna's gaze was scrutinizing. This was actually the first time he had seen Han Xiao with his own eyes. In the past, he had understood Blackstar from the intelligence reports and Ash's narrations. He was still somewhat curious about this guy who had repeatedly made Ashes suffer. He did not understand why Ashes always suffered in the hands of Blackstar, as if he was a stumbling block for Ashes. The organization cultivated Ashes in order to let him play a more important role. Ash's ability could accurately, quickly, and kill creatures on a large scale without destroying other objects. This was an important weapon to kill all of Ghidorah's pure-blooded breeds, and the weapon could not be malfunctioned. When Darkstar discovered the talent that Ashes displayed when he was young, they decided to turn him into a strategic killing weapon that belonged to Darkstar. Letting Han Xiao live would affect Ash's mentality, and now it had already hindered Darkstar's interests. Coincidentally, Anna felt that it was just right for him to get rid of Blackstar, so that Ashes would not keep thinking about this mercenary. If that good-for-nothing student of mine can't do it, then let me get rid of you, Anna thought to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled. Within a range of tens of kilometers, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground of the city, exposing the underground mechanical foundations. The buildings that were still intact sank into the ground and were protected. At the edge of this area, 20-meter-tall mechanical pillars extended from the ground, forming a huge circle. These mechanical pillars lit up at the same time, and a huge sky-blue spherical shield quickly formed. Like an inverted bowl, it covered this circular area with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, isolating everyone fighting inside from the rest of the city. Every city had a large number of devices set up underground. This was an isolation shield. Norios had taken the action of minimizing losses, restricting the battle to this area that was no longer worth saving, preventing the battlefield from moving. This was to protect the rest of the city. This move was equivalent to giving up this area, but compared to a city that was thousands of square kilometers in size, this was a sacrifice to save the king. If it was an ordinary troublemaker, they would definitely be arrested, but a fight between Calamity-grade supers was not so easy to stop. Norios only had one Grade A Guardian, and he was hired with an astronomical salary. One person alone might not be able to stop this battle. Forcefully interfering would only increase their losses, and this group of people had a strong background. Help Ghidorah. Although Norios was not afraid of Darkstar, they were businessmen and did not want to be targeted by such a terrorist organization. Help Darkstar? Only a fool would do such a thing. Therefore, the upper echelons of the financial group were also helpless. They were not the government but the managers of this planet. Their only goal was profit. If the cost of maintaining law and order was too high, they could consider watching from the sidelines. It had been many years since Grade A supers fought in Norios. The commotion caused by Darkstar was the biggest one in more than a decade. The upper echelons of the financial group felt that in such a situation, staying out of it would be safer. Chapter 482. All the passers-by within the protective barrier were sent out to watch the battle from the outside. It was not a big deal to watch a good show. Oven and Ashes, one chasing the other, had already left the area and were not locked up by the protective shield. More security teams were waiting outside the shield, and there were at least 1,000 spacecrafts. The Guardians hired by the financial groups had already entered the shield and stood at the edge of the battlefield, monitoring the situation. They had no intention of interfering for the time being. Seeing this scene, the faces of Darkstar and the mercenaries changed slightly. They felt as if they were locked in a cage. The area is locked down. Looks like the situation is too bad. Anna's heart sank. After causing such a big commotion, Norios could not stay for long. After Oven died, they would have to evacuate. Darkstar's fleet was already on standby in outer space, ready to receive them at any time. They would probably clash with Norios' space defense fleet, but there was nothing to be afraid of. Anna still remembered Ash's embarrassing battle a few days ago. If I stay here to delay the enemy, it might be beneficial for the overall situation. Ashes has already failed once, and he might not be able to deal with the siege of Nagojin and Blackstar. He can't take on such a heavy responsibility. After the battle is over, it will be easier for me to evacuate than him. My speed will make me invincible. On the other side, the appearance of the protective shield made Han Xiaoxin's head shake. He had a bad feeling. The area lockdown seemed to limit Anna's range of activity, but it was actually an extremely disadvantageous factor. It meant that Anna did not have any scruples. In the sealed area, Anna could use his ability without any scruples, turning the air in the area into a vortex that could destroy everything. Moreover, the protective shield separated the passers-by. Han Xiao originally wanted to use Anna's destructive power. Dragging some passers-by into this matter was no longer feasible. Boom! Han Xiao was hit in the chest by the wind pressure cannon. The armor caved in, and he was sent flying again. His face was ugly. The situation is really bad. I wonder how my officers are doing. Far away from the center of the battlefield, Fu Ding and Sylvia were retreating into the distance. They were originally hiding nearby, but as the battlefield expanded, they had no choice but to move away to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Let go of me, I want to go back and help. Sylvia's tone was anxious, and her face was red from exerting too much force. She wanted to shake off Fu Ding's hand. Fu Ding held Sylvia's wrist tightly and pulled her forward. He sighed and said, "Stop fooling around. You can't help. Any enemy can easily kill you. Didn't you see the battle in the sky? As long as you get sucked into that hurricane, you're dead meat." Sylvia was speechless. She said angrily, "But you can help. I don't want to get involved in your mercenary group's mission. This has nothing to do with me." Fu Ding shook his head. Sylvia was furious. She bit Fu Ding's hand and wanted him to let go. Fu Ding felt a slight pain. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand that was bleeding. He sighed helplessly and said, "No matter what you say, I can't watch you die without doing anything." At this moment, footsteps sounded in front of them. A Darkstar member blocked their path. Two lost fishies that slipped through the net. Sinesar sneered. She had just killed a Grade B mercenary nearby and had sensed the commotion. Thus, she had blocked their path. Fu Ding and Sylvia's expressions changed. Sylvia hurriedly pulled out her alloy sword. Her hands were trembling slightly. She wanted to control her hand, but Sinesar's Grade B pressure made her, who was only a Grade D super, instinctively feel fear. Her body was unable to calm down. At this moment, Fu Ding pushed Sylvia behind him. "Quickly run. I'll stop her." Fu Ding's tone was calm. "Who?" An invisible force rushed toward the two of them, interrupting Sylvia's words before she could say anything. Fu Ding opened his mouth, and singing came out of his mouth. He formed an invisible barrier with his psychic energy to protect the two of them. However, the next moment, it shattered, and the two of them were sent flying. "Only a Grade C?" Sinesar was a little disappointed. She thought that she had caught a big fish, but it turned out that they were just two small shrimps. Sylvia's butt hurt from the fall, but she realized that she was not injured at all. That attack was just a probe. Although Fu Ding's psychic energy shield had shattered, it had still blocked a lot of the power. Furthermore, most of the damage had been taken by Fu Ding. Standing up, Fu Ding felt that his nose was warm. He wiped it, and his hand was covered in blood. He felt as though his brain was being pricked by needles. He endured the pain and tried his best to maintain a calm expression. He turned to look at Sylvia, forced a smile, and said, "I'm fine. Don't stay here. Otherwise, I'll have to take care of you." Sylvia heard this and gritted her teeth. She grabbed her alloy sword and turned around to escape. She was very decisive. She knew that she was not strong enough, and she would only cause more trouble if she stayed. Fu Ding turned around to face the enemy. He adjusted his clothes, took a deep breath, and silently activated his psychic energy. "You're not going to escape." Sinesar was interested. "We're both psychics. There's no harm in having a little spar." Fu Ding forced a smile. Sinesar opened her eyes wide and said in astonishment, "You, a Grade C psychic, want to have a spar with me? Frankly speaking, this is the first time I'm using psychic energy to fight. I don't like fighting. If you can let me go, I'll be very grateful." Fu Ding's tone was serious. Sinesar did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. She directly released her psychic energy, preparing to get rid of this guy blocking her path before chasing after the little girl who was running away. Anyway, it would not take much time. Bang, bang, bang. The air between the two of them distorted, and a series of shockwaves burst out. The formless psychic energy crazily clashed. Pu. In just a few seconds, Fu Ding seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His head was raised high, and blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. He rolled and fell to the ground, not moving anymore. You overestimate yourself. Sinisar clicked her tongue and walked past Fu Ding's body. Just as she was about to chase after Sylvia, Fu Ding's weak voice sounded from behind her. Cough cough. Fighting is really difficult. I'm really not used to such crude behavior. Fu Ding stood up shakily. His face was covered in blood. Blood flowed down his elegant chin and dripped down. Sinisar turned around and frowned. She was rather surprised. Her psychic energy had completely suppressed him. Logically speaking, she should have turned his brain into a pile of mush. Forget it. It would be the same even if she made up for it. Faden coughed out a mouthful of blood and said softly with a bitter smile, I shouldn't have tried to be brave. I'm not cut out for this. Yes, I'm trash, okay? Stop scolding me, my head hurts enough. I know you're in pain too. Be good, stop arguing. I promise you, okay? Just don't let my body die, it's yours. Sigh, I'm really unwilling. Who are you talking to? Sinisar was confused. She turned around and saw that there was no one else beside her. She immediately understood. This person had been beaten to the point that his mind was in a mess. You're unlucky to have met me. Sinisar released her psychic energy once again. She did not need to hesitate when killing her enemies. Boom. The next moment, Sinisar felt a loud sound in her ears that echoed like a bell. Her brain felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, and Faden did not move at all. Instead, she was the one who was sent flying. With a bang, Sinisar fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. She looked at Fu Ding in shock. What was going on? Fu Ding seemed to have changed into another person. His temperament was completely different. His movements were gentle, and he slowly wiped away the blood on his face. He was like a woman, but his gaze was hysterical, with a hint of joy from finally escaping. Why do I feel that I'm lucky to have met you? I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a target to vent my anger on. Fu Ding. No, Chen Xing's body was surrounded by psychic energy that was dozens of times stronger than before. Sand and pebbles flew in all directions. Seeing this, Sinesa's expression changed drastically. You like fighting, right? I'll play with you. Chapter 483. Huff, huff. Sylvia ran through the ruins, panting. She dodged the enemies everywhere. This level of battle was still too early for her. There was almost nothing she could do. Fu Ding was stalling for time. She didn't dare to waste the opportunity created by Fu Ding. After running for a long time, her lungs were burning. Sylvia stopped and held her knees as she panted. Rumble, suddenly, an earth-shattering gust of wind blew over, and the wind pressure from Anna grew stronger and stronger. Sylvia had a look of fear on her face. With such a large area, there was no way she could escape. She stood there in a daze and looked up, watching as the gust of wind rapidly approached. At this moment, a amphiptere mecha rushed out. The chest armor split open and swallowed Sylvia whole. The next moment, the storm swept past. This mecha was sent flying along with countless bricks and steel. It fell hundreds of meters away. Sylvia hid inside the mecha. She was only dizzy from the impact but was fine. She had escaped death. She shouted in surprise, Philip? Master asked me to protect you and hide. He said the storm is expanding. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Using the vision of the mecha, she saw that a tornado had formed in the sky inside the protective shield. Countless things were being sucked into this whirlpool and spun in the sky. The tornado was still expanding. Through the flying debris, she could see Anna flying in a clockwise direction. He was like a flash of light, stirring the air like a turbine. The protective shield was only so big. Anna let go of his hands and prepared to create a tornado large enough to fill up the inside of the protective shield. He could attack indiscriminately. In a sealed area, His storm could reach the level of destruction faster. In the sky, Anna was too fast. Han Xiao and Nagojin couldn't touch him at all. He was flying in circles at his own speed. The two of them couldn't do anything about it. If we let him continue like this, when the storm is fully formed, everything inside the shield will be crushed. Even his subordinates won't be spared. Does he want to abandon his subordinates? Nagojin's tone was heavy. He was experienced and could already see the result. They couldn't keep up with the other party's speed and couldn't stop Anna at all. If the Norios Guardians watching from afar could help, they might be able to stop Anna, but the Guardians didn't seem to want to help. The two sides fighting on the ground simultaneously moved away from the center, but there were still quite a few people who were swept up, crushed into bloody bits by the devastating wind pressure. Quite a few of Han Xiao's machines were also caught in the storm. The mechanical beasts struggled futilely in the storm, and the bases of the turrets that were inserted into the ground were uprooted, tossing and turning in the violent winds. Looking from the outside of the protective shield, an iron-gray vortex made of countless debris was rapidly expanding. The inner circle of the protective shield was occasionally scraped by the rotating debris, and electric sparks kept bursting out. It was like a washing machine. This scene was as if the world was spinning. In the storm, Han Xiao's armor had long been shattered, and the Void Dragon mechanical suit was also covered in wounds. He only managed to stabilize himself after pouring all his energy into the mechanical wings and thrusters. Seeing that the situation was not good, he knew that if he didn't stop Anna, everyone else would be finished. A Grade A super at full power was too strong. Han Xiao had even used life return once. He could not help but be even more certain of one thing. Luckily, he had used the mission completion card to advance his promotion. Otherwise, he would have definitely been defeated. He yearned for such strength. Han Xiao was currently level 116, and he still had more than 200 million experience left on his interface. If not for the fact that he had already advanced, he would probably have to use life return once or twice more in this battle. Currently, most of his current methods would not be effective. After all, Darkstar was attacking, and he did not have much time to prepare. Furthermore, after his promotion, Han Xiao did not have much free time to build new machines. Luckily, I made a copy of AIM's character summon card. Otherwise, I would have to run. Now, I have a trump card that can turn the situation around. Han Xiaoshan made up his mind and said loudly to Nagojin in the communication channel, "What's your strongest attack?" "What do you mean?" Nagojin was confused. "I have a way to make Anna stop. It should be able to restrict him for about 10 seconds. During that time, he won't be able to move or use his abilities. This is the only chance to heavily injure him," Han Xiao said with a deep voice. The situation was changing rapidly, and it was very disadvantageous. However, he still maintained his calm. Although he had explosive means, a Grade A super had extremely high resistance. Even if Anna was not known for his defense, just his own attack alone would not be enough to destroy the enemy's combat ability. He had already tested it on Ashes once. Only the Grade A Noga muscle bully Kim could deal fatal damage to him. Only then would he not waste this precious Dragon Emperor character summon card. 10 seconds. Can you really control Anna? Nagojin could not believe it and thought that he had heard wrongly. 10 seconds was not something that could be described as an opportunity for people of their level. It was the difference between life and death. This Black Star was only a Grade B, so how could he possibly restrict a Calamity grade for 10 seconds? Just believe in me. Han Xiao's tone was deep. Anna was an Esper, and his main attribute was speed. No matter what, his strength could not possibly exceed 1,800 point. Okay. Nagojin took a deep breath. Black Star was able to defeat Ashes, and he had never disappointed him before. Maybe he really could do it. He decided to believe in him this time and immediately started to gather energy. All the cells in his body released a powerful pugilist flame. It was like a golden flame that could not be extinguished by the wind. Instead, it became stronger and stronger, and his aura continued to rise. He did not even need 10 seconds. In fact, He only needed to stop Anna for 1 second, and that would be enough for him. His strongest attack was a storm of attacks, and he was only worried that he would not be able to hit the enemy. Han Xiao focused his vision and stared at Wind Demon, who was moving at high speed in the wind. He pointed his hand at Wind Demon from afar with a sharp gaze. Success or failure depended on this. What is he trying to do? Anna also noticed Han Xiao's actions. He could still see all the details clearly in the storm. He did not understand Han Xiao's actions, but the fact that Han Xiao was able to survive until now in the area where the storm was the strongest surprised Anna. Compared to the standards of a grade B super, Han Xiao's vitality was a little too strong. However, he should be reaching his limit soon. Anna turned around and looked at the edge of the battlefield. The Guardian had started to move, moving toward Black Star. It seemed that it also felt that Black Star was in danger and wanted to take him away. Anna immediately understood the Norios Financial Group's intention. You want to save Black Star from my hands? You don't want to anger Ames, right? Humph, you wish. Anna sneered and controlled a gust of wind to attack the Guardian that was rushing over, slowing down the Guardian's footsteps. Then, he charged forward with a terrifying wind pressure cannon that was powerful enough to blast a crater out of the ground, attacking Han Xiao. Anna was determined to get rid of him here. T. The Guardian was shocked. The upper echelons had asked him to intervene in an emergency to prevent the high-level combatants of both sides from being killed. He originally wanted to take Black Star away from the battlefield first, but he did not expect Anna to attack him. He was going to kill Black Star even at the risk of angering the Guardian. At this moment, a terrifying energy wave suddenly erupted from Han Xiao's body, causing everyone's face to change color. It was as if the space had frozen. The shadow of a woman appeared behind Han Xiao and extended her hand toward the approaching Anna. That's Dragon Emperor Ames. Nagakin, Anna, and the Guardian all had looks of shock on their faces. Chapter 484. The next moment, a terrifying pressure that shook the minds of the 3 calamity-grade supers suddenly descended, heading straight for Anna. What? Anna's expression changed drastically. Boom. Anna, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stopped. Without any warning, the air around him suddenly froze. He was like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. You have used character summon card, Ames. Anna is now in the freeze state. Duration, 14 seconds. How is this possible? This unexpected turn of events caused Anna to turn pale with fright. Could this terrifying sealing power be the Dragon Emperor's power? It was true that Black Star was an officer of the Dragon Emperor, but why was he able to use the Dragon Emperor's power? It had been a long time since Anna had felt panic. At this moment, his calmness was completely destroyed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. He couldn't even speak. Looking at Nagojin, who was riding on flames, his eyes finally showed fear. Bang! The heavy punch that was like a golden thunderbolt landed on Anna's face, and the weak wind pressure shield shattered like paper. The muffled sound of the punch hitting the body was like muffled thunder, and a golden impact ring burst out from the place where the punch landed. This punch had been accumulating power for a long time, and its power was enough to shake mountains and destroy cities. It was enough to shatter an entire street block. However, Anna was firmly fixed in midair, and he couldn't fly out. All the power of the punch was trapped in his body. A mouthful of smelly blood sprayed into the wind. Bang 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 bang. Nagakin roared as if he was venting all of his frustrations. His powerful punches and kicks created countless afterimages, and every single one of his attacks landed squarely on Anna. Anna was like an immovable target, unable to move at all. He had to endure the torrential attacks, and his body was constantly changing shape. Too savage. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he almost wanted to dub Nagakin with the words This was a rare opportunity, and the higher the damage, the better. The two of them sandwiched Anna in the middle, and all the attacks were directed at him. Without the wind pressure shield, Anna could only take the attacks with his body, and his bones were crushed. Broken bones pierced through his skin, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The Guardian did not have time to be shocked. His mission was to prevent the deaths of the experts on both sides, and Anna was also one of his targets. Just now, he did not feel that Anna needed help, but the situation suddenly changed. The Guardian quickly changed his target this time to Anna. However, the wind pressure cannon that Anna released before he was hit happened to obstruct the Guardian's footsteps, and he couldn't provide timely assistance. After 14 seconds of berserk attacks, when the time limit was over, countless amounts of energy burst out from Anna's body. Boom! A bloody firework exploded in mid-air. Metahumans who could not use their abilities had a very weak body. For example, a metahuman with a shield could block a nuclear explosion with a shield, but it did not mean that he could block it with his body. Anna's strength was not defense, and without his speed, Han Xiao and Nagojin dealt tons of damage, and the speed at which his HP decreased could be said to be thousands of miles. Nagakin's ferocious combo attacks were unleashed to the fullest, and he felt very satisfied. Previously, when he was ganged up on by Anna and Ember, he had suffered quite a few injuries. Now, he had finally gotten his revenge. Usually, in a battle of the same level, after getting close, the opponent would immediately pull away. It was not like just now where he could beat the target to his heart's content. Even if it was an ordinary person, if they did not dodge or block, they would be beaten up by another person for 14 seconds. If the attacker wanted to kill, this amount of time was enough to kill someone. However, Anna was still alive. Boom! The broken body of the wind demon fell to the ground and turned back to human form. It was bruised and covered in blood. There were deep wounds everywhere, and it was like a broken bag with blood flowing out. Anna spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was on the verge of death. He could not even stand up. He stared at Han Xiao with eyes filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. I can't believe I died here. Nagojin clenched his fists, and his heart was full of excitement. Black Star did not go back on his words. His trust was worth it. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was also almost completely exhausted. Thankfully, this trump card of his had succeeded. However, he did not expect to use the Ames character summon card so soon after obtaining it. He had to kill Anna to recoup his cost, and he still needed to deal the finishing blow. Thus, he extended his hand to stop Nagakin. He had to do the last hit himself so that he could get the experience to kill the enemy. Anna turned his head with difficulty to look at the approaching Guardian. This was his last hope. However, the Guardian suddenly slowed down, pretending that he could not catch up. Han Xiao did not hesitate. He raised the high-frequency strike cannon, faced Anna's angry eyes, and stabbed it into his chest. Poochie. The blade pierced through the back, but not much blood flowed out. Anna's blood was almost all gone. Anna's body trembled, and his hand grabbed the blade. His eyes slowly became lifeless, and he looked at the sky in a daze. His lips trembled, and he said the last sentence with difficulty. His voice was so soft that no one could hear it. Dark Star. Immortal. The next second, the hand that grabbed the blade lost its strength and slid to the ground. His life had left this body. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a notification appeared on the interface. You have killed Anna, LV 173. You have received 24.7 million EXP, killing a target more than 10 levels above you. Bonus 280% EXP personal damage, 13% you have received an additional 8.9 million EXP. The damage output was very low, but Han Xiao was not surprised. Nagojin was the source of the fatal damage. To be exact, Nagojin had killed Anna and reaped the benefits. Of course, without his character summon card, Nagojin would not have been able to kill Anna. Killing Anna gave him more than 33 million EXP. This was the biggest one-time reward so far, and it could be considered as replenishing his EXP pool. Wind Demon Anna has been completed. You have received 18.2 million EXP, plus 1,200 God Aura Civilization Favorability, Character summon card Anna. God Aura Civilization. Friendly, 2-343-000. The raging storm slowly dissipated, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. Looking at Anna's corpse, everyone, be it friend or foe, froze with their mouths agape. They had never thought that this calamity-grade super would actually die here. Even Anna himself did not expect this. A calamity-grade super has died in battle. Darkstar is probably going crazy. Because of a traitor, they lost 2 high-level combatants. They've suffered a huge loss. I'm afraid that I'll truly enter their sights, which will be more dangerous than before. Han Xiao sighed. Killing Anna would probably result in negative repercussions for him. However, it had already been a life-and-death situation. Since things had already reached this stage, Han Xiao would not be soft-hearted and let the dying Anna go just because he was worried. There was less than a year to version 2.0, and he had already planned to begin his preparations after this operation. As for his attention toward Darkstar, to be honest, Han Xiao was not too worried. After all, once version 2.0 arrived, he would have to solve the mutation disaster. At that time, there would be an even greater conflict with Darkstar. Darkstar would always be an enemy that he had to deal with in the main storyline of version 2.0. It was only a matter of time. Han Xiao looked around. With Anna's death, the morale of the Darkstar warriors had instantly collapsed. However, this sealed protective shield did not allow the enemy to retreat. Chapter 485. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, Ashes was still chasing after Oven. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, both parties were already far away from the battlefield where Han Xiao and the others were and were about to reach the location of the teleportation mage. After Anna's death, the situation on the battlefield had been reversed. The Darkstar warriors had become the prey, and no one had the time to send a message. Thus, Ashes had no idea about the sudden situation on the battlefield. In his impression, Anna was definitely still playing with those mercenaries who were in the way. He was not worried about Anna's safety at all. When he first joined Darkstar as a child, Anna was already a high-level calamity-grade combatant in the organization. He had been taught by Anna since he was young, so he was very clear about how strong his teacher Anna was. Since Anna had taken the initiative to stay behind and delay, he definitely had absolute confidence. Although his teacher seemed to be a little disappointed in him recently, these were all details that did not need to be bothered. Ashes was full of confidence in Anna. With Ngojin's speed, he would not even be able to touch the corner of his teacher's clothes. How could he lose? Even if he really could not win, with his teacher's speed, he would be able to escape as he wished. Now that there was no news, did it not mean that everything was under control and there was no need to inform him? That was what Ashes thought. In order to not attract attention, Ashes dispersed the huge black cloud of carbon particles and only let the particles surround him. Oven was still flying in the aircraft, and the two of them maintained a distance. Oven looked back frequently, and sweat appeared on his forehead. We're almost there. When we stop, we only have about 10 seconds to move, and then he will catch up. If we can't complete the teleportation in 10 seconds, we're dead. Arosha tilted her head, thought for a moment, and corrected him. Not us. Only you will die. Thank you for the reminder. Oven gritted his teeth. How infuriating. The teleportation mage's shop was in sight, and Arosha suddenly remembered. Right, he was beaten up last time, so he might have moved away. Oven, bang. The aircraft slammed on the brakes and crashed into the wall of the bookstore, creating a large hole. The bookshelves that were in the way were all smashed into pieces, and the shredded papers were like exploding fireworks, floating in the air. The two of them jumped down halfway and landed in the messy bookstore. Time was of the essence, so there was no time to park the aircraft and knock on the door. The counter at the door was also sent flying. Yi Xian was sitting on a chair with a book in his hands, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. He still hadn't come back to his senses. His face had an expression of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? My shop collapsed as soon as I opened my eyes. Arosha pointed at Yi Xian. It's him. That's great, he's still here. Oven heaved a sigh of relief. He looked up at the big hole and said awkwardly, at least it's quite airy. Yi Xian opened his mouth and looked at Arosha. I know you. You're with the mercenaries who beat me up last time. I need your help. Please send us to the northern spaceport quickly. Money is not a problem. Oven didn't dare to delay and said directly. Yi Xian was stunned. He looked down at the shredded papers on the ground and finally reacted. His whole body shook, and the book in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. It was as if a dagger had stabbed into his heart. He was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. This is my life's collection. Oven was anxious. Why would he care about these broken books at a time like this? He quickly said, we're being chased by someone who kills without blinking. He belongs to Darkstar. If you don't take us away, he'll kill you too. I'm from God Aura. I'll pay you a high service fee and compensate you for all your losses. There's no time, hurry up and cast the spell. Looking at the sky through the hole, Ash's figure was rapidly approaching. He would enter his attack range in 2 seconds. At that time, he would be able to kill Oven with a snap of his fingers. Oven broke out in cold sweat. He looked nervously at the hesitant teleportation mage. They hadn't discussed this before, so he didn't know if the mage in front of him would help. This was their only hope of escaping. At this time, Arosha said, my friend said that if you don't help, he'll come and find you again. Hearing this, Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly opened the portal. The whirlpool-like blue light filled the surroundings with the radiance of magic. Oven was overjoyed and rushed in. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay either. He didn't want to stay and use the mage's delicate body to face the fury of the pursuer. With a flash of light, the portal closed and the three of them disappeared without a trace. Ashes rushed in and saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. His face was full of dark clouds and he was furious. He actually lost them again. He thought that Oven was at his wit's end. He didn't know that there was a teleportation mage hidden in the city. If it weren't for Aesop, the hand technician wouldn't have known that there was a hidden teleportation mage, and this tactic wouldn't have been able to be carried out. Now, this information played a crucial role. At that time, Han Xiao also didn't expect to be involved in a Darkstar traitor's pursuit. Ashes looked at the empty room and couldn't help but clench his fists. Only a mage who was also proficient in teleportation could track the traitor. At this time, the traitor had escaped to another place and lost the trail. He couldn't chase after him. He wondered if he was having bad luck recently. How could he always encounter unexpected situations? He even failed a mission that was almost guaranteed to succeed. Teacher Anna was probably going to die of anger. Ashes sighed and took out the communicator to contact Anna. The operation had failed. He had to send the information back as soon as possible. Everything had to be planned. Buzz, the communicator flashed and Anna's face appeared on the screen. He frowned and said, "Did you succeed?" Ashes shook his head and explained the situation. "You're really useless." Anna was furious. Ashes's body stiffened. He was a little embarrassed. This was the first time he was scolded. It seemed like his teacher was really angry. "Where do you think the traitor escaped to?" "I don't know. There are no clues," Ashes replied. "If they escaped on a spaceship, it would save us a lot of trouble," Anna said. Ashes nodded. Darkstar's fleet was already on high alert around Norios, ready to intercept at any time. As long as the traitor tried to escape on a spaceship, he would be surrounded by the fleet. "How's the situation on your side?" Ashes asked. "H, the situation is in a stalemate. Come back quickly. I've stalled the enemy. As long as you can arrive in time, we can work together to get rid of Godora and Blackstar's mercenaries. If we can't catch the traitor, we'll get rid of this group of enemies first." "Okay." Ashes's eyes lit up. He turned back and headed in the direction he came from, rushing to meet up with Anna. When he thought about getting rid of Blackstar, his gloomy mood brightened up. The protective shield was still performing its duties, isolating this area. However, the situation had become one-sided. Darkstar's soldiers were continuously defeated, falling one after another. In the middle of the ruins, Anna ended his communication with Ashes and turned off the communicator. He tapped his cheek, and a matrix-like circuit flashed across his face. His appearance quickly changed, revealing Han Xiao's face. After taking off his face simulator, Han Xiao rubbed his face and looked at Ngojin. "I've lured him back, and I have good news. Oven has successfully escaped." Ngojin laughed heartily with a satisfied expression. He cracked his knuckles and said, "Beautiful. My fist is not full yet." Han Xiao nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Acting was very tiring. After Anna died in battle, he picked up the communicator and instantly thought of a use for it. Darkstar only had one calamity-grade super left, Ashes. The balance of power was finally tipped. Although Ames's character summon card had been used, Ngojin was also very strong. With him, they might be able to turn the tables and surround Ashes. The only problem was whether Ashes knew what was going on. If he knew, he would definitely retreat. Coincidentally, Ash's call request came through the communicator. Han Xiao immediately took out his face simulator, scanned Anna's corpse, and disguised himself as him. He used his tone to test Ashes. While acting, Han Xiao was sweating profusely. After all, he did not know what Anna's usual tone was like. Thus, he carefully observed Ash's reaction and came to the conclusion that Ashes respected Anna very much. Ashes did not doubt Han Xiao's words and did not notice the small differences. Thinking about it, this was normal. Only when Anna died would others be able to obtain his communicator. In Ash's eyes, this was impossible, so he was kept in the dark. Not only that, his reaction allowed me to confirm one thing. There is indeed a Darkstar fleet waiting in ambush outside the atmosphere. Han Xiao took out his communicator, tried to contact Arosha, and said to Ngojin, "I didn't expect to be able to kill a calamity-grade enemy. This way, we have more room to maneuver. The pursuit team is almost completely wiped out, so we don't have to take the risk of sending Oven away." Ngojin thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. A rigid plan was ultimately not as good as improvisation. This time, the Guardian who was waiting at the side walked up, looked down at Anna's corpse, and sighed heavily with a face of regret. "You guys actually killed him. Sigh, if not for his attack, I wouldn't have been one step slower." The two of them immediately looked at each other. This person is extremely vengeful. Wonderful, wonderful. The Guardian pretended to be regretful for a while before turning to look at the two of them. His gaze was focused on Han Xiao, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. After pausing for a while, he did not say anything and slowly retreated. The people from Darkstar were already dead, so he had no intention of interfering. Seeing that Anna was on the verge of death, if he were to interfere now, Godora would think that he was deliberately obstructing him. Thus, he changed his mind and gave up on the rescue. It was so F***king difficult to stay neutral. Ngojin retracted his gaze, looked at Han Xiao, and asked hesitantly, "Your ability just now seems to be related to the Dragon Emperor?" This question had always been in his heart, and he only had the chance to ask now. He knew that his feeling was not wrong. The power just now was definitely at the level of a beyond grade A. Why was Black Star able to use the ability of the Dragon Emperor? What was their relationship? If this information was sent back to the War Bureau, the Intelligence Department would probably have to re-evaluate Black Star's position on Floating Dragon. "Nothing, I just did some small work." Han Xiao waved his hands with a humble expression. Ngojin's gaze became even more serious. A few days ago, he had felt that the chances of this mission were very slim. Even with the help of Han Xiao, his pessimism had not been reduced by much. However, the effect that Han Xiao had played was far beyond his imagination. If not for Anna's corpse lying beside him, he would never have believed that he would be able to kill one of the calamity-grade supers while being attacked by two of them at the same time. 2 against 1, and he had been killed instead. The sounds of battle around them gradually became sparse, which meant that there were fewer and fewer Darkstar warriors. The environment was a mess. Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "Let's stop chatting." The battle is not over yet. The people from Darkstar are still alive. Get rid of them quickly before Ashes returns. Don't leave a single one behind. Swoosh. The battleship slicing blade sliced open Sherman's flesh and cut him into two. Hurlus took a deep breath and put away his weapon. After fighting for a long time, he finally killed this dwarf cannon master. After the enemy's morale collapsed, so did their courage. Hurlus killed the enemy in one go. Just as he was about to leave, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and walked to Sherman's corpse. He picked up the huge gun that had fallen and weighed it in his hands. Black Star should like this kind of spoils of war. Carrying the huge gun on his shoulder, Hurlus left the scene. Bang! Sinesa's brain exploded into a pile of minced meat. She fell to the ground, and her body was still twitching instinctively. Chen Xing rubbed her throat that was hoarse from singing loudly, closed her eyes, and healed the damage to her mind. The enemy was not weak either, and she had exhausted a lot of energy. Fu Ding, I saved your life. Your body will be my reward, Chen Xing said with a snort. Fu Ding in her mind smiled helplessly and did not reply. Chen Xing looked up at the protective shield. Her eyes flashed, and she mumbled to herself, I can't get out now. I can only pretend that Fu Ding is in contact with those mercenaries. As long as I'm not seen through, I can escape when I can move freely. She wanted to hide the fact that the controller of her body had changed. It was not difficult to pretend to be Fu Ding. Her senses were connected to Fu Ding's, and she knew Fu Ding's habits like the back of her hand. It was enough for her to be 100% similar. Thinking of Han Xiao, the culprit, Chen Xing's mood worsened. However, as long as she could fool this guy, she would be free. Chapter 486. Now that Nagojin was free, it did not take long for him to finish off all the remaining Darkstar warriors. The protective shield was a fighting arena, and there was no way out. The surviving mercenaries dragged their injured bodies and gathered at the center of the battlefield. Han Xiao counted the number of people. There were originally more than 100 mercenaries, but now there were less than 30 left. He glanced at Hurlus, Sylvia, the Volga brothers, and Fu Ding and heaved a sigh of relief. The survival of his officers was confirmed. The Mech Legion was scattered in different locations, and he ordered the other mercenaries to collect all the machines. This immediately caused many mercenaries to complain. The wind was so loud just now. God knows where your machines flew to. We just finished fighting. Don't be so overboard. However, despite their complaints, the mercenaries still obediently did as they were told. Although not everyone saw how Han Xiao performed when he used the Ames character summon card, the mercenaries who saw this had even more respect in their eyes. Han Xiao picked his ears and was rather annoyed. These lousy mercenaries, complaining about just picking up things. The players are still the ones who are dedicated. As long as there is a reward, no matter how tiring it is, they can enjoy it. They are so much better than these mercenaries. I miss them so much. Hurlus walked forward and handed over Sherman's huge gun. Spoils of war, this is for you. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He grabbed the gun, glanced at it, and took off the outer shell. He observed the internal structure and nodded. This gun is not bad. The item introduction popped up on the interface. It was called Tricore Photon Cannon. This was a weapon that enjoyed the Cannon Master mastery, which meant that the Cannon Master would receive additional bonuses when using it. The blueprint was rare, so it saved him the effort of gambling for blueprints. Han Xiao happened to need a non-ordinary light energy gun. Although he was not a Cannon Master, the mechanical force bonuses could be used. It was just that the bonuses were not as great as a Cannon Master's. Launcher Masters were long-range damage dealers. Launcher Masters were very popular in dungeons. They were the main tank, archer, and controller of the traditional iron triangle battle formation. Han Xiao had also played as a launcher in his previous life. Other than firing cannons, it was all about firing cannons. The damage output was in the hundreds, but it was too monotonous. Although firing cannons was fun, it was easy to get bored of it. Among the three classes of mechanic, he still preferred the more flexible mechanic. Putting away the gun, Han Xiao looked at Sylvia. There were no injuries, but the lingering fear had not disappeared. He turned to look at Fu Ding, but found that Fu Ding was covered in blood. It seemed that he had experienced a fierce battle. "Are you okay?" Han Xiao asked. Chen Xing immediately became nervous. Recalling Fu Ding's usual demeanor, he hurriedly pulled out a kind smile and deliberately said in a gentle tone, I'm fine. It's just that I met an enemy." Sylvia interrupted and said, "By the way, I saw you get knocked down with my own eyes. That enemy was much stronger than you. I was worried about you the whole way. Luckily, you're fine. How did you beat him?" Chen Xing's smile suddenly froze. He wanted to sew Sylvia's mouth shut. Of all times to ask, why did she have to ask at this moment? She was trying to get him killed. She coughed and said, I didn't beat him. The enemy was a grade B super. I was almost killed by him. You also know that I'm not very good at fighting. Luckily, a storm suddenly blew over and blew us away, saving my life. You're so lucky." Sylvia sighed. No one doubted her. When it came to luck, they had always felt inferior. "Yeah, you're so lucky." Han Xiao sighed and slapped her heavily on the back, causing her to cough violently. -1 foot damage popped up on top of her head. Chen Xing's back was in pain. Suppressing her anger, she forced out a smile and laughed dryly. Seeing that Han Xiao did not suspect anything, she was relieved. She finally managed to fool Black Star. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called Ngojin over. At the same time, he held Chen Xing's shoulders tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Chen Xing twisted her body uncomfortably and said, "Can you let go of me? Stop pretending." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "You can't fool me." Chen Xing immediately broke out in cold sweat. She hurriedly tried to find a loophole, but she could not figure out which part had gone wrong. She clearly did not give herself away. "You're mistaken. I'm Fu Ding." She forced a smile and explained. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and leaned close to Chen Xing's ear. "I told you, if you really escaped, you wouldn't want to meet me." Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat. This time, Ngojin walked over. Han Xiao patted Chen Xing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Stop struggling. There's a grade A super here. You can't escape. You don't want to be beaten up by him." Chen Xing gritted his teeth and stopped pretending. He angrily said, "How did you recognize me?" Han Xiao also had a helpless expression. The interface had already revealed her identity. He could not be fooled even if he wanted to. He could not play along and pretend that he did not see anything. He was also very desperate. Chen Xing was at her wit's end. She could not think of any way to escape. She glared at Han Xiao fiercely. In her mind, she had already imagined 100 ways for Han Xiao to die. She wished she could whip his corpse 100 times herself. She might as well give up the control of her body. It was better than being suppressed by someone else. Fu Ding's consciousness returned. He moved his limbs, shook his head, and smiled. "I knew you would recognize me. You're really lucky." Even though she regained control of her body, she still did not crush your consciousness. Han Xiao was quite envious. The luck glow was still very strong. Fu Ding laughed. "Actually, it was quite pleasant communicating with her. I know everything about her, and she knows everything about me. We understand each other's thoughts. Congratulations on finding your soul mate. Why don't you just marry her? My mission will be completed." Han Xiao shook his head. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, could it be that I guessed right? Fu Ding's mission was the perfect completion condition. Could it be that he really became a victim? Fu Ding pointed to his head and said helplessly, "I won't tell you how she scolded you." Han Xiao laughed dryly, let go of his hand, and hurriedly moved away from Fu Ding. He grabbed Sylvia's hair and wiped his hands. He suddenly did not want to get close to Fu Ding. After casually chatting for a while, he looked at the time. Ashes should be back soon. At this time, Han Xiao discovered a serious problem. Although the battle was over, the protective shield still isolated the area. If they could not leave, they could not besiege Ashes according to the plan. This problem could only be solved by the Norios consortium. The Guardian had been watching not far away. Han Xiao felt that it was necessary to communicate with him. Han Xiao and Nagojin teamed up and asked the Guardian to open the protective shield. The Guardian did not even think about it and directly rejected the request. There is still a Darkstar member alive. He is rushing back. If you don't open the protective shield, we can't deal with him, Nagojin said. The Guardian was expressionless. I know. That's why I will not open the protective shield before the enemy you mentioned leaves. You will stay here until I confirm that this matter is completely over. Are you trying to protect the Darkstar members? Nagojin said angrily. My duty is to protect Norios. Do you want me to open the protective shield and let you continue to destroy the city? I don't want to see anyone causing trouble in Norios. After this matter is over, our consortium will ask Ghidorah for compensation. The Guardian narrowed his eyes. Not saving Anna was because he had no choice but to give up. However, that did not mean that he would stand on Ghidorah's side. The protective shield would definitely not be opened, and that was the bottom line of the financial group's upper echelons. Furthermore, the financial group did not wish to see any more high-level combatants of Darkstar dying here. There is another one at the end. P.S. Follow the official WeChat account. Limarox 666. Chapter 487. The Norios financial group did not want to provoke either party, but they would not completely accommodate either party's demands. This move might cause them to have a conflict with Ghidorah, but it would not be that serious. This was a matter of degree, and a small conflict was within the acceptable range. They were very flexible in handling matters. The financial group was also prepared to ask Ghidorah for compensation. The first reason was that an important member of Darkstar had died, and Ghidorah had taken advantage of it. It would be easier for them to compromise on other issues. The most important reason was that Darkstar would not compensate, and Ghidorah was a lawful civilization and a lawful regime. They could be understood as good people in a broad sense, and good people would abide by the rules. Nagojin still wanted to persuade them, but Han Xiao reached out to stop him, and he stopped talking. Han Xiao could already see that the financial group would not give in on this point, so he could only give up on the plan to attack Ashes. He felt that it was a pity that his previous disguise had lost its effect. However, the situation was constantly changing, and he was already used to this feeling. Not many things could develop according to the most ideal situation. Since the fight is not going to happen, this mission is more or less over. I won't be chased anymore, Han Xiao thought to himself. Looking up at the sky, a black cloud stopped in the sky, revealing Ash's figure. He had finally rushed back. Ashes looked down at the devastated battlefield through the protective shield, and his face was filled with shock. Suddenly, he noticed Anna's corpse, and he could not move his eyes away. The shock on his face turned into horror. Perhaps luring Ember back isn't completely useless. Letting him see Anna's corpse with his own eyes will shock him and leave a psychological shadow in his heart. A few minutes ago, Ashes remembered Anna's instructions and quickly rushed to the battlefield. He could not wait to participate in the battle to make up for his failure in the mission. With Mentor's speed, no enemy can escape from him. Black Star will also not be able to escape like before. This time, I can finally get rid of him completely. This thought flashed through Ash's mind. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and pleasure. With a speed of 700 miles per hour, his mood was carefree. However, the scene that unfolded in front of him was completely different from what he had expected. What was even more unexpected was that his instructor, who should never have been defeated, had not only lost, but had even died in battle. The moment he saw Anna's corpse, Ashes was stunned. A chill rushed from his spine to his brain, turning into disbelief and fear. Anna, how could he have been killed? Ashes immediately took out his communicator and dialed Anna's number. Beep beep beep. However, the few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. After the call was connected, an image popped up on the screen. However, it was not the Anna that he had been expecting. It was Han Xiao's face, and he let out a deafening laugh. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ashes was shocked. How could it be you? Oh, you don't like handsome men? Han Xiao chuckled. He pressed his cheeks and turned into Anna's appearance. He then threw a flying kiss. How about this one? Crack. Cracks appeared on the screen. Ashes almost crushed his communicator. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His last glimmer of hope had also disappeared. Anna was really dead. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Disbelief, anger, panic, confusion. His remaining rationality reminded him of his current situation. If the other party could kill Anna, he would also be in danger. I'm the only one left. I can't stay and fight anymore. I can't be annihilated here. Ashes gritted his teeth. He stepped on the black cloud and fled as fast as lightning. The situation here had to be reported. As he fled, he contacted the higher-ups of Darkstar and reported the news of Anna's death. This news immediately caused an explosive sensation within the higher-ups of Darkstar. The higher-ups of Darkstar were prepared to hear the news of the completion of the mission, but what they heard was bad news. No one had expected that Anna would actually die in this mission that they were confident of succeeding. When they assigned the mission to 2 Calamity-grade supers, all the higher-ups felt that they would definitely succeed. This news completely messed up their plans. All along, the strength of Darkstar had been constantly changing. At their peak, they had 8 Calamity-grade supers, with varying levels of strength. Anna was one of them and was one of the elders in the organization. However, after all these years of fighting, there were many casualties, and only 2 of the 8 remained. Anna was one of them. Other than these 2 elders, the rest of the Grade A combatants were all newbies that had been nurtured by Darkstar. Losing a senior figure was an extremely heavy blow to Darkstar. Furthermore, the speed at which the high-level combatants were replenished could not keep up with the speed of loss. The number of Calamity-grade supers in the organization was already extremely low. In less than a minute, the higher-ups of Darkstar issued an emergency order to Ashes. Give up this mission and leave Norios immediately. The fleet will pick you up. We have already lost an important member. We cannot lose another one. Originally, he was the one who was chasing, but now, his role had been reversed. Ashes was extremely unwilling, but the situation was beyond his control, so he could only endure it. He turned off the communicator and fled as fast as he could. He did not dare delay at all. He was worried that the enemy would catch up to him at any moment. In reality, Han Xiao and the others could not leave the protective shield. The people of Norios could not wait for Ashes to leave as soon as possible. Ashes did not know that no one was chasing after him. They were all waiting for him to leave. He was just scaring himself. An hour later, the protective shield disappeared, and the metal pillars were retracted into the ground. Norios was no longer quarantined. This also meant that the financial group had confirmed that the battle was over. They had monitored the appearance of the Darkstar fleet, picked up Ashes, and left. This made the financial group heave a sigh of relief. Although there were thousands of battleships outside Norios' atmosphere, it was naturally best if there was no conflict. The pursuing forces retreated, and Han Xiaoxin knew that Nagojin's mission was considered complete. He only needed to wait for Ghidorah's reinforcements to arrive to settle the score. Killing one Anna was already a huge gain for him. The battle had ended, but the effects had only just begun to spread. The death of a Grade A member of Darkstar was something that Ghidorah would pay close attention to. In fact, the entire Shattered Star Ring would pay close attention to this news. While countless people were dying every moment, everyone was different. The death of a Calamity-grade super with a sensitive identity was naturally more eye-catching than the deaths of millions of ordinary people on countless planets. Furthermore, he had used AIM's ability, so she would probably be very curious about it. However, this was not the main issue now. Dealing with the Norios financial group was the main issue now. After Han Xiao and the others escaped, they were immediately asked to meet with the upper echelons of the financial group. The financial group was prepared to settle the score, mainly because of the issue of compensation. They wanted an explanation. Introduction: Wang Daliang is a 4th-year student who is about to graduate. His favorite hobby is to play all kinds of games. But when he was about to leave the campus, on a hot summer night when he was bitten by mosquitoes, he suddenly discovered a big secret of his roommate and friend. Chapter 488. The Protector brought the group to another city in an aircraft. In the middle of the city was a skyscraper. Even in the city filled with skyscrapers, it still stood out like a crane among chickens. It was like a middle finger pointing to the earth. On the top floor, there was a helipad protected by a transparent cover. The cover slowly opened, and the aircraft landed there. There were many guards standing beside the helipad that led to the interior of the building. Han Xiao and the others followed the Protector through the passage and entered the interior of the top floor. The interior was exquisitely decorated like a mansion. A man sat on the sofa with his back facing the group. Only the back of his head could be seen. On the wall facing him, there were many virtual screens. They were all surveillance images of the battlefield. "Look at what you've done on my planet." The man pressed some button, and the sofa automatically turned around, facing the group. Only then did they see the man's appearance. He had a very strong aura, and Han Xiao felt that he looked familiar. He suddenly remembered that he had seen a picture of this person before. A few days ago, he had still been playing a game of cat and mouse with Aesop. Aesop had made a request to steal some accessory. At that time, he had asked Philip to search online. That accessory had been bought by the head of the Norios financial group for who knew how many wives. This man in front of him was the head of the financial group. What was his name again? Rockfess. I am the owner of this planet. The man's tone was calm. I know who you are. Godora War Bureau Nagojin, Floating Dragon Guard Captain Wilsander, and Floating Dragon Field Team Commander Blackstar. Because they belonged to Floating Dragon in name, the Blackstar mercenary was recognized as a unit under Floating Dragon. Han Xiao did not care much about this. Ever since he had joined Floating Dragon, this identity had always been beneficial. It allowed his mercenary group to be temporarily tied to a super faction, which was very beneficial to the growth of his mercenary group's reputation. I have a general understanding of what happened. I have no interest in interfering in the battle between Godora and Darkstar, but your actions have caused damage to my planet. Godora has no law enforcement authority in my territory, so I need you to give me an explanation and ask for legal compensation. My people are calculating the losses, and we will talk in detail when the exact amount is confirmed. Rockfess did not give the two of them a chance to speak. He was resolute and unquestionable. I will report this to the headquarters. Godora will compensate you for your losses. Blackstar is just a mercenary that I hired. Their actions were my request. His compensation will be borne by Godora. Godora never mistreats its friends. Nagakin said. After killing Anna, he was in a good mood. This result would also make the War Bureau very happy. For an official of his rank, it was unavoidable for him to cause trouble outside, and the War Bureau would clean up after him. Thus, he did not intend to avoid paying the compensation in the first place. As Rockfess had a very deep network and had a good relationship with many political figures in the Shattered Star Ring, Godora was not willing to offend such a huge capitalist. Don't worry, I never intended to ask him for money. Rockfess looked at Han Xiao and smiled. His tone became much warmer and less aggressive. Send my regards to Ames. He doesn't want me to compensate. Han Xiao immediately had a good impression of him. You know Ames? Ha 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 ha, who in the Shattered Star Ring doesn't know the Dragon Emperor? Rockfess laughed. I have a business relationship with Floating Dragon. We are on the same side. I heard that Aesop came to steal something from me, but you caught him. Haha, well done. Han Xiao came to a realization. It turned out that Aesop and Rockfess knew each other. No wonder there was such a prank. However, he did not feel that it was strange. Aesop had lived for so many years and was a legendary figure himself. His connections were extremely deep, and he had friends all over the world. Furthermore, with Aesop's ability, the people he knew were most likely people with power and influence, forming a huge network. Now that Ames had brought Aesop back, The Floating Dragon Island faction would benefit from this, and their influence in the dark would most likely multiply. In truth, Rockfest's friendliness was not entirely because of Aesop. He had always provided Floating Dragon with funds and rarely asked for anything in return. It was equivalent to sponsoring. Rockfest was not the only financial group that did this. There were at least 20 financial groups sponsoring Ames. Back then, when Ames was building Floating Dragon, she had released an announcement that she needed money, and countless financial groups had rushed to send her money. Even today, many financial groups still maintained their sponsoring relationships. Otherwise, with Floating Dragon's terrible operating conditions, they would not be able to afford such high repair, fuel, maintenance, and so on. The 4 Beyond Grade A supers in the Shattered Star Ring all had many financial groups behind them. There would always be financial groups willing to invest in powerful individuals or organizations. Thus, many of them did not have to worry about money even if they did not work. Many of the financial groups had already gone past the stage of accumulating wealth. Unless they turned money into influence, relationships, or actual items, money was just a string of numbers. Investing in organizations, experts, and politicians was the path for these capitalists. For example, Ames was not the one asking for money but the other party taking the initiative to give her money. Whether she accepted it or not depended on her mood. As long as one became stronger, many problems would be easily solved. However, at the same time, the problems involved in one's words and actions would become more and more complicated. In the later versions, some large guilds would have the qualifications to cooperate with financial groups and receive funding and loans. The players' influence in the galaxy would continue to deepen, and the way they interacted with each other would become more and more varied. Their influence on the structure of the region would be very dynamic, and the players would always be passionate. I knew about you the moment you arrived in Norios. Now that I've finally met you, you're even stronger than the rumors say. Rockfest took the initiative to extend his hand, and Han Xiao shook his hand. He smiled and did not say anything, but a thought appeared in his mind. The preparation plan for version 2.0 required funds. In order to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware of the mercenary group would have to be upgraded, and all of this would require money. If he could find a financial backer like Ames, he might have more funds. Because Han Xiao was used to being alone in his previous life, he only had some understanding of the cooperation between the guilds and the NPC factions. He had never tried it himself, and all the funds in the plan had to be earned by himself. However, at this moment, he had a new idea. The influence of a faction might be more useful than he had thought. All along, Han Xiao's core business had been to earn money from the players to support himself and his faction. However, he could think of a new way of thinking. While harvesting the wallets of the players, he could make the NPCs take the initiative to fork out money. With a flash of inspiration, a new idea appeared in his mind, and Han Xiao immediately became excited. This idea could not be implemented now, but when version 2.0 started, he might be able to greatly increase the benefits that the players brought him. Of course, the prerequisite was that everything developed according to plan. Your Excellency Rockfest, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hope that we can arrange another time to discuss it in detail, Han Xiao said. Rockfest nodded and said, all right, I'll give you my private number. After this matter is settled, we can discuss it in detail. After reaching a consensus, the compensation would be borne by Godora alone. Rockfest arranged for an absolutely safe stronghold for everyone to stay in before Godora's reinforcements arrived. Arosha brought Oven along to meet up with the rest. Oven had escaped death and heaved a sigh of relief. As for the teleportation mage, he left after receiving his reward. He did not want to have anything to do with this bunch of jinxes. Over the next few days, the impact of this incident began to spread rapidly. All sorts of galactic news reported about this incident, and the headlines were more shocking than the previous. Through these media outlets, the news of Godora and Darkstar battle, and a calamity-grade superdies quickly spread like wildfire. The truth of the matter was not revealed, and the news only reported a portion of the process and results. However, it still caused a huge commotion. In the infamous list of evil organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, Darkstar was not the strongest organization, but it was the most radical one. Who knew how many civilizations in the Garten star system had been destroyed by them, causing countless citizens to lose their homes, dragging down Godora? However, there were very few news of direct conflicts. This time, a powerful Darkstar member had died in battle in front of everyone, and everyone was overjoyed. As the news spread, Han Xiao's reputation interface continuously showed that his fame had increased. Just like the previous time, the increase covered all sorts of star clusters. In most areas, his fame had reached small fame, and in the Garten star system, which he was often active in, his fame had reached famous. In the eyes of most galactic residents, AIM's strength was the only reason Floating Dragon was maintained. However, most of the officers under her had limited fame, and they did not have any activities in the outside world. In this aspect, she was far inferior to the other 3 Beyond Grade A bosses. The other 3 Beyond Grade A bosses had elite soldiers and powerful generals, and they had countless experts under them. AIM's, on the other hand, was like a commander without an army. Even without a leader, the other 3 Beyond Grade A organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were still powerful organizations that dominated an area. Floating Dragon was far inferior to them. In the previous incident where AIM smashed the Darkstar mothership, the public's focus was more on AIM's strong performance and the fact that Black Star was a new member of Floating Dragon. However, this time, the news was created by Black Star, and the strength he displayed was even stronger than before. Many galactic residents and organizations who were paying attention to this matter had the same thought. AIMS is starting to have officers who can take charge of things on their own. Oh my god, this is not easy. Godora understood more details, and Ngojin reported the specific situation. The intelligence department of the War Bureau immediately increased the importance of Han Xiao. Including the previous incident where he had captured the Darkstar mothership, this was already the second time that Black Star had attacked Darkstar. It could be said that he was on the side of Godora. Furthermore, he had even helped Ngojin kill Anna, which was a great help to them. After this battle, Ngojin placed a lot of importance on Han Xiao. In the past few days, Han Xiao had been trying to get closer to Ngojin. This was also the reason why he had accepted this mission. Getting to know Ngojin meant that he had obtained a channel to directly contact the upper echelons of Godora. After waiting for a few days, Godora's fleet arrived in Norios, and this incident finally came to an end. Ngojin brought Oven to the dock, where Godora's huge fleet was docked. Before leaving, Oven took the initiative to shake hands with Han Xiao and said, "You saved my life, and I owe you a favor. If you need my help one day, I will do my best." Ngojin nodded at Han Xiao and said, "It was a very pleasant experience to work with you. The War Bureau will pay the reward for this time. I hope that we will have a chance to work together again in the future." Han Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will meet again very soon." Nagakin was stunned for a moment. He thought that Han Xiao was just being polite and did not say anything. He boarded the ship with Alvin, and the fleet quickly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the universe. Ngojin's request has been completed. You have received 5,800,000 experience, 24,000 ANAs, plus 850 Godora faction relationship. Godora civilization, respect, 3,196,000, plus 30 Ngojin favorability. Plus 30 Oven favorability. One operation gave me close to 2,000 faction favorability. My relationship with Godora has risen to respect. This is not bad. Closing the notification on the interface, Han Xiao stopped smiling. Originally, Ngojin would have been crippled, and Oven would not have survived. However, the fate of these two had been changed by him, and Darkstar would pay more attention to him. He did not know how they would react. "Where are we going now?" Herles asked, and all the officers looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Before the version update, he had set 2 goals. One was promotion, and now that the promotion was completed, he finally had some free time. It was time to start on the second goal, which was to prepare for version 2.0. This was a huge project. Chapter 489. Then, floating Dragon Island's Black Star, what exactly do you need from me? Once again, Han Xiao came to Rockfess Mansion. This time, he met with Rockfess alone. The two of them sat opposite each other, and the servants served tea and drinks. After chatting for a while, Rockfess went straight to the point. My time is precious. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Han Xiao put down his cup, leaned forward, and said, then I'll be direct. My mercenary group is Floating Dragon's field team, and it has been operating for a year and a half. It's time to expand and increase the scale. I bear the name of Ames on my shoulders, and I can't continue doing small things. Large armies like Sky Ring and Blades are the direction that Black Star is building toward. The stronger the field team is, the stronger Floating Dragon will be. Thus, I need some financial support to build a base that belongs solely to my mercenary group, not a temporary stronghold that I rented. The core of his version 2.0 preparation plan was to expand his faction and then guide the Blue Star players to join his mercenary group during the mutation disaster. Godora and Darkstar were both competitors, and the players only needed to choose between the two factions. However, Han Xiao wanted to be a third party and provide a new path for the players. Thus, other than the original righteous and evil, there was also the neutral that he represented. Because of this, problems arose one after another. In order to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware of his faction had to be greatly upgraded. Otherwise, he would not be able to accept and attract more members. The most important factor in attracting players was benefits. Even if Pork Bun's show had nurtured a large number of people who yearned to join his mercenary group, it would not last long. Thus, providing the players with mission resources was the key. Han Xiao had long planned for this. When he first established his mercenary group, he wanted to be the middleman for mission distribution, connecting the employers and players. He wanted to use the boundless mission resources in the mercenary world to nurture his faction, retain the players, and build up the reputation of his mercenary group. Other than the characteristics of the mercenary group itself, he also had plans for the NPC resource lands. There were countless ways to give benefits. Apart from the quest resources, another important factor was the faction's specialties. Apart from the fact that he was a money-sucking job class, knowledge, and skills, mechanical creations were naturally his specialty. However, it was impossible for him to complete a large number of orders by himself. Thus, he had to consider the problem of mass production. He had to start assembling an assembly line and build his own military factory. With his current knowledge and manufacturing standards, it was just barely possible for him to create an assembly line. This led to the second question. Where should the assembly line be located? If a mercenary group were to accept so many players, they would need to have a large, fixed, and exclusive stronghold, which was equivalent to a faction's main city. Otherwise, it would not be beneficial for them to develop a sense of belonging. Only when they had their own main city would they be like a proper army. Even professional guerrilla fighters would still pay attention to a village surrounding a city. The stronghold's location, security, resources, functions, and so on were all problems. Thus, the third problem was naturally raised, which was transportation. Since the number of members under his command had increased tremendously, traveling would be a problem. It would not be good for the players to continuously order spaceships, and it would not be beneficial for maintaining the popularity of the main city. He had to have a faction's own spaceship, or reach a long-term cooperation agreement with some galactic travel agencies. These were only the basic problems, and there were many more miscellaneous problems, such as finding a stable supplier of raw materials, contacting a construction team, and so on. Expanding the faction was like expanding the scale of a company. In order to increase the scope of the business, a lot of preparations had to be made, and everything required money. Including the reward from Nagojin, Han Xiao still had more than 500,000 aners left in his bank account. He had counted with his fingers a few days ago and felt that this amount of money was not enough. Thus, meeting Rockfess at this time was to solicit investment. Expanding the size of the field team. Rockfess narrowed his eyes. Is this Ames' idea? Ames has never been in charge of anything, and you should know that. I am the person in charge of the field team, And this is a plan that I am currently preparing, Han Xiao said. I could tell that it wasn't her idea. Rockfest changed his posture, appearing more imposing. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he asked, "Then how much do you want? How much are you willing to give?" Han Xiao threw the question back. Rockfest immediately changed the topic. "So far, I have provided 9 funds to Floating Dragon, totaling around 24 million aners. This will not be the final number, and I still have the intention of investing in Floating Dragon. Jenny and I are old acquaintances, and the returns she gives me are the reason why I am determined to invest. Enjoying AIM's reputation has allowed me to earn a satisfying profit from other channels." Following which, he shut his mouth and looked at Han Xiao with a smile. What he was trying to say was, "What can you give me in return?" Through investing in Floating Dragon, he had obtained some sort of permission from Jenny to share a portion of AIM's influence. Then, he would use this opportunity to start business negotiations or political activities. On account of Floating Dragon, I will give you a simple interest rate. If you repay the loan within a year, I will not charge you any interest. If you repay the loan within 2 years, I will charge you 10% interest, which is 400,000 aners. If you repay the loan within 2 years, 20% interest, which is 800,000 aners. If you repay the loan within 3 years, 40% interest, which is 1,600,000 aners. These are my conditions. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. This interest rate was a little too high. If it was within a year, it would be fine, but if it was more than 3 years, it would be equivalent to a loan shark. Rockfest was only willing to lend him money because he had Floating Dragon's background as a guarantee. Being rich was truly, "All right, I'll agree." Han Xiao nodded. He was not worried about returning the loan. Version 2.0 would be released within a year, and as long as the players returned, they would probably be able to count the money until their brains cramp. Not to mention returning the loan, even if he bought the Norios Financial Group, he would still, cough cough, he was too excited. This was still not something he could afford. Rockfest took out his communicator and opened a loan document. Both parties signed it. This document had a legal effect, and it was backed up in the files of many civilizations that they were familiar with. It was protected by the laws of those civilizations. In Han Xiao's previous life, some player guilds had been greedy and refused to return the loan. As a result, their relationship with those civilizations had plummeted, and the upper limit of faction favorability had been reduced to 2,999 points. This meant that they would never be able to reach respected status, and their personal trust level would decrease. If a guild wanted to obtain a loan, they would have to put in a lot of effort to increase their faction favorability. If they did not return the loan, all of their accumulated relationships would be ruined. As long as a guild had foresight, they would not do something so short-sighted as to break the contract. Han Xiao did not have any thoughts of breaking the contract. Ding, Han Xiao received a transfer to his account. Looking at it, the amount had changed to 4,581,010. Rockfest gave the money without hesitation. For a tycoon who could spend over 7 million to buy expensive accessories, this small investment was nothing to him. However, to Han Xiao, this was a huge sum of starting capital. "Then, I look forward to working with you." Standing up, Han Xiao shook hands with Rockfest before being led out of the mansion by the butler. He returned directly to the hotel where Hurlus and the others were staying. After supervising Sylvia's homework for a while, he returned to his room to think about it. "I really got the investment. Looks like the faction's influence is greater than I thought." Now that I have the starting capital, I just need to choose a good place to start building the headquarters. What planet would be good? It has to be not far from Blue Star, but it has to be close to the galaxy. Beep beep beep. Just as he was thinking, his communicator rang. It was a call from head supervisor Jenny. Her expression was unfriendly, and the first thing she said after picking up the call was a question. "Rockfest told me that you privately applied for a loan from him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Jenny, would you agree? Don't call me Jenny. You should call me head supervisor. Of course, I wouldn't agree. Jenny's tone was firm. She had always insisted on being content with her own territory. Building a field team was an unnecessary expense to her. Ames had never needed a strong armed force. Then, why should I tell you? Han Xiao shrugged. He understood Jenny. Jenny was in charge of finance and business, and she had a strong desire for control. She would not agree to the expansion of the field team. Although they were both officers of the same faction, there was a conflict between their ideals and business. Of course, the core conflict was that Jenny did not trust him enough. After all, he was a mercenary who had only joined Floating Dragon halfway. She slowly calmed down, and when she opened her eyes again, they were full of seriousness. Ames's rejection made Jenny feel that her position was threatened, and a sense of urgency surged into her heart. Han Xiao naturally didn't know that this small conflict had caused Jenny to mistakenly think that Han Xiao wanted to compete with her. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After weighing the pros and cons, the startup funds for Plan 2.0 were naturally more important. The version update was less than a year away, and this period of time was used to build the mercenary group's base. The location of the base was very important, and Han Xiao wouldn't choose a barren planet. He had to set up camp on a prosperous planet so that he could share the NPC resources of the planet and use the geographical location to make up for the lack of NPCs in the base. After searching through the star map of the Garten star system for half a day, he finally chose a planet in Ghidorah's territory called Planet Golden Gate. It was very close to Jubilee Hub and could quickly reach the star zone where Blue Star was located. This meant that transportation was convenient, and the planet itself was prosperous enough. From the perspective of the players, this planet had all the necessary functions: shops, entertainment, missions. The reason he chose this planet was because he had a good impression of Ghidorah's faction, and it would be easier to do things. There were also discounts. Secondly, it would reduce the cost of setting up weapons. Ghidorah's territory had a powerful fleet, and Darkstar would not cause trouble there. After killing Anna not long ago, Han Xiao decided to prioritize safety. Furthermore, this was Ghidorah's territory, and he could filter out players who joined Darkstar. With the example of the Germinal organization, Han Xiao did not want a bunch of spies to appear in his base. Among all the planets to be chosen, Planet Golden Gate was one of the top choices. After choosing his target, Han Xiao did not waste any time and left Norios with everyone. With Rizda joining the team, the Blacklight stealth became everyone's ride. It was extremely fast and agile, and they were no longer afraid of being intercepted or surrounded. Planet Golden Gate was not a large planet, but because it was located near Jubilee Hub, it was very prosperous. There were many cities on Planet Golden Gate, and one needed to obtain a permit to build a base there. The Black Star Mercenary had a high reputation in the Garten star system, and they had a good relationship with Ghidorah, so there were no problems in obtaining a permit. After spending a large sum of money, they were able to purchase a piece of land. In the Galactic era, the efficiency of obtaining a permit was extremely fast. Furthermore, the universe was so huge, and the population was sparse. The housing price of a normal colonial planet was unbelievably low. From now on, stop all external activities until the mutation virus erupts. I do not wish to repeat myself. The meeting ends here. Chapter 491. Garten Star System, Planet Golden Gate. The construction of the Black Star base was in full swing. The construction team that Han Xiao had contacted was a professional construction company. In the Galactic era, the efficiency of building buildings was extremely high, and the equipment was almost completely automated. Laying the foundation, applying cement, building walls, laying cables, and other time-consuming tasks could be completed quickly. As long as the raw materials were in place, the construction team would be able to build the building according to the blueprint in a short amount of time. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a steel base rose from the ground. This base was large enough to accommodate around 70 to 80,000 people, and the terrain was simple. According to the blueprint, the base was split into a few functional areas. However, the construction had not started yet, and the base was still an empty shell. With 4.5 million aners, Han Xiao was no longer short on cash. He did some calculations. He wanted to build an assembly line for the military factory, set up the basic equipment for the base, and build a mainframe to control the base. He had to build all of these himself, and he mainly had to spend money on the materials. Next, he had to solve the transportation problem. Buying spaceships was too expensive, so he was prepared to work with some galactic travel agencies and rent their spaceships for a long time. After deducting these expenses, he still had about 2 to 3 million aners left. The transportation problem was not urgent, and it would only be useful when the players returned. Han Xiao first started to build an assembly line. Assembling an assembly line was the prerequisite for the army style, and it required a lot of advanced knowledge and corresponding high-end knowledge. Han Xiao had already learned most of the advanced knowledge, and his huge amount of funds allowed him to buy new high-end knowledge. He spent a few 100,000 aners to buy the high-end knowledge of the armed class, huge duplex machinery technology. This knowledge was one of the prerequisites for building super-large machinery such as battleships. Based on the knowledge in his memory, he fused the key blueprint, automated mass assembly plan, which was the blueprint of an assembly line. This was the core of the army style. As long as the raw materials were put in, the assembly line would be able to automatically mass produce, saving time and energy, but not money. The assembly line was a special type of blueprint that could not be created by itself. If a player used the assembly line blueprint, they would first trigger the assembly line blueprint, causing it to enter an active state. Then, they would use the blueprint of another type of machine to create the assembly line of that machine. The assembly process of every machine was different. For example, the assembly of the Rangers and the assembly of the Black Panther mechanical beasts were different. Therefore, the assembly lines of different machines had to be built separately, and the raw materials would change according to the composition of the target machine. This was enough to make any player's wallet feel despair. Otherwise, why would the army style be said to be the fastest way to burn money? Currently, Han Xiao's main combat system was the Third Company of Workers, which focused on low cost. It was still far from the true army style. The main reason was that he did not have much money to burn back then, so he was extremely bored. Now that he had ample funds on hand, he could finally put the plan of building an army style on the agenda. After all, the combat power of a mechanic was directly related to money. Han Xiao's secondary profession, ordnance engineer, had the specialty, ordnance mass production experience. It was a skill that could reduce the cost of assembly lines and increase the quality of products. Other than building a large-scale mech legion, the other goal of the assembly line was to mass-produce equipment that the players were willing to buy. When the time came, they would sell it on a large scale. Then, he would open branches, and one branch would become 2, 2 branches would become 4, 4 branches would become 8 branches, and after 8 branches, they would be listed on the stock market. Then, they would be listed separately, and just the dividends would be, cough cough, that was the general idea. Just thinking about it made the great mechanic Han's mood feel like the sun was shining brightly on a sunny day. The higher the grade of the machine, the more complicated the assembly line would be. Even with Han Xiao's current assembly speed using mechanical force, it would take him a few days to complete an assembly line. Therefore, the assembly line of the machine was very important. After thinking about it, he decided to focus on low-grade machines because his level was too much higher than the players. To him, they were low-grade machines, but they were suitable for players around LV60. As for high-quality machines, there was no need for an assembly line. Han Xiao was currently LV116. Because he had encountered the Norios incident after his promotion, he did not have the time to upgrade his core machines. Building a base happened to be a long-term job, so he had plenty of time to upgrade. Because of Anna's reward, the experience in his interface had increased to more than 300 million. He first raised the automated mass production and assembly plan to the maximum level, greatly reducing the cost. Then, he gambled on a large number of different low-grade machines and chose suitable blueprints to build an assembly line. With his understanding of the mechanic class and the players, he could guarantee that the machines he mass-produced would all be useful. Bennett sat on the chair and frowned. He was slightly older than 2 years ago. After Han Xiao left, the social environment of Blue Star had finally calmed down. The Six Nations had rested and stopped fighting, and the refugees had found a place to go. However, in the past 2 days, riots had suddenly occurred in many areas of Blue Star. The number of cases was high, and it immediately attracted the attention of the Six Nations and Bennett. "Your Excellency, we have sorted out the process of all the riots and found a common point." The intelligence officer swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his tone was filled with fear. "Speak," Bennett said with a deep voice. "All the riots can be divided into 3 batches, and the time of each batch is almost exactly the same. This means that within a 10-second interval, riots occurred in hundreds of different locations around the world at the same time. It is as though they had agreed to it beforehand. However, we have checked the network records, and these people did not contact each other privately." Bennett's eyes narrowed. This situation was too abnormal. The intelligence officer's palms were sweaty, and he continued with difficulty. "Furthermore, the locations of the riots included a few of our shelters. Many of the refugees that we have taken in also rioted. How are the conditions of those refugees?" "The refugees that we have taken in have fever all over their bodies, and they are unconscious. The results of the doctor's examination showed that their brains are abnormally active, causing their organs to produce hormones that far exceed normal levels. According to the intelligence of our informants, the rioters that the Six Nations have captured are also in the same situation." Bennett was shocked and angry at the same time. "Everyone is unconscious. Are they infected with the same infectious disease?" "Not everyone. A small portion of the detained refugees have already woken up. They clearly remember the entire process, and their testimonies are shockingly consistent. They all said that they suddenly felt a strong sense of anger and wanted to destroy something to vent their anger. Our doctors checked the bodies of these people who have woken up, but they did not detect any abnormalities. There are no problems with their physiological indicators. Even the fever that they had when they were unconscious has disappeared, and everything has become normal. We can't find out what is going on, so we have quarantined these people. So far, there have been no riots for 18 hours. Is quarantining really useful? The groups of the 3 large-scale riots are completely different, and there is no warning. If this is really an unknown virus that cannot be detected, I am afraid that the number of infected people." Thinking of this, Bennett could not help but take a deep breath. His expression was ugly. He had a strong feeling that this matter was not so simple. The war is over, and the world has finally ushered in peace. Why did this happen? Suddenly, he thought of Han Xiao and the catastrophe prophecy that Han Xiao had left behind before he left. The current situation was very similar to what Han Xiao had described. Could it be that what Black Phantom said was true? Clang. Bennett stood up suddenly, knocked over the chair, put on his coat, and hurried out of the room. Chapter 492. The plane landed on the tarmac of Sanctuary 3. Bennett adjusted his collar, adjusted his hat, and got off the plane. Looking around, everything was peaceful. There were no riots here yet. A group of men in black stood on the tarmac. The current person in charge of Sanctuary 3, Huang Yu, had been waiting there for a long time with his subordinates. "You could have just called if you needed anything," Huang Yu said respectfully. "You didn't have to come here personally." Bennett waved his hand and signaled for Huang Yu to lead the way. "I need to meet a few people. It's urgent." Have you informed them? I did as you instructed. They're waiting for you in the meeting room. The group came to the core area of the sanctuary. After passing through the complicated corridors, they arrived at the meeting room. Bennett asked the bodyguards to wait outside and walked into the meeting room with Huang Yu. There were 3 women in the room. They were Hela, Aurora, and Yi Yeqing. They all turned around and focused their eyes on Bennett. Your Excellency. Hela was expressionless. She nodded slightly. Aurora was not squeezed, so Hela did not go to the extreme. Although she was still cold, she was not stingy with her respect for someone like Bennett. Let's cut to the chase. I still have 2 experiments to do today. Why did you call us here? Yi Yeqing went straight to the point. Bennett's face was serious. He took out a few riot reports and distributed them to the 3 of them. More than a year ago, you guys reported some unusual situations. I didn't pay attention to it then, but the current situation might be related to the phenomenon you guys mentioned. You guys are the talents left behind by Black Phantom, and you know about his disaster prediction. I want to know what you think. Because Hela and the other 2 were the talents that Han Xiao asked him to take care of, Bennett did not restrict their freedom. Before Han Xiao left, Hela kept saying that she would travel the world after Aurora recovered. However, Han Xiao disappeared for more than 2 years. Aurora had recovered, but Hela did not leave and stayed in the sanctuary. Bennett naturally wouldn't chase them away. Aurora's supernatural ability allowed her to sense life forms. The huge life form that she had detected back then had disappeared after a few days. However, Aurora had remembered the scent of this life form. This was one of the functions of her supernatural ability. She could record life forms like a unique barcode that she could easily distinguish. Although the giant life form was just a flash in the pan, she found that some of the creatures had the smell of the giant life form. This smell was constantly spreading, and more creatures were infected with the smell, regardless of whether they were plants or animals. Aurora's voice was timid as she slowly explained what she felt. Bennett's expression became more and more solemn. If this was really a virus, then at least 100 million people in the world had been infected. No, if ferocious beasts and a sea of plants were added into the mix, then the number of infections would be terrifying. Aurora looked at them and hesitated for a moment. Then, she mustered up her courage and pointed at Huang Yu. She whispered, he also has that smell on him. Huang Yu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly touched his body. I don't feel anything. Bennett clasped Huang Yu's shoulder and sent his energy into Huang Yu's body through his fingers. After probing back and forth a few times, Bennett released his hand and said in a deep voice, I also can't sense any abnormalities. What kind of virus is this? Although I don't know how it works, it seems that only Aurora can tell who has been infected. Everyone looked at Aurora. Aurora trembled as her big eyes were filled with nervousness and expectation. She stammered, Can I help? Bennett wanted to show a kind smile, but the situation was urgent and he couldn't smile. He could only nod his head with a solemn face. Aurora was extremely happy. She had always been taken care of by others. She had long been looking forward to doing something to repay those who had helped her. Yi Yeqing flipped through the report. Not only was she not surprised, she was even excited. Sure enough, my senses were right. My research for a year wasn't in vain. As soon as she said that, everyone present immediately looked over with a surprised expression. What do you mean by that? Bennett asked. Follow me. Yi Yeqing stood up and impatiently walked out. The others had no choice but to follow her. After passing through the heavily guarded area, they arrived at Yi Yeqing's laboratory area. There was no one here. Even the guards didn't dare to stay here. They were afraid that inhaling some strange chemical fog would lead to coma, nervous disorder, hemiplegia, loss of fertility, and other adverse effects. Yi Yeqing brought them to an open-air greenhouse. This was a plant nursery. Yi Yeqing's ability was to control plants. Most of the raw materials for her drugs were the various plants that she had grown herself. In this nursery, there was only one kind of plant. Its shape was a fan-shaped green leaf that grew out of the soil. With such a normal appearance, if ordinary people saw it in the wild, they wouldn't give it a second glance. This is the Rhodian fan leaf. It grows in a harsh environment and is very difficult to artificially cultivate. It is an endangered plant. There are very few of them left in the world. However, the scarcity doesn't mean that it is very valuable. In fact, the Rhodian fan leaf has no medicinal properties. Its only use is to grind it into a paste and cook it before eating, as long as you are a herbivore. In short, this plant has almost no cultivation value. Yi Yeqing's simple introduction confused everyone. But you still cultivated so many. Why did you bring us to see this thing? Bennett asked. At this time, Aurora stretched out her finger and curiously touched a fan leaf. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she said in surprise, "These plants don't have that kind of smell." Bennett was shocked. He thought of something and his face was filled with surprise. "You are right. A year ago, I noticed that some plants were giving me the feeling of being spied on. It attracted my attention. I searched everywhere and found that this plant is the only plant that doesn't give off the feeling of being spied on. I don't know the specific reason for the feeling of being spied on, but I know that the Rhodian fan leaf can be immune to it, so I started cultivating it. The Rhodian fan leaf is extremely difficult to grow, and the seeds are rare. These fan leaves in front of you are all I have." Yi Yeqing confirmed everyone's guess. "Have you conducted any clinical trials?" "I have only experimented on plants. I extracted the juice of the Rhodian fan leaf and added some auxiliary materials to make a drug that can make the feeling of being spied on by other plants disappear for a period of time. It has a suppressive effect." "That's great. We don't have time to waste, and I don't know if the riots will happen again. I will get someone to send a portion of the isolated rioters over, and you can test the effects of the drug on them." Bennett was very decisive. At this time, he could not be bothered about the side effects of the drug. He was extremely glad that Yi Yeqing had made a plan in advance. At the very least, it was much better than the 6 nations that were at their wits' end. "All right, but there is something that I have to tell you first. Because the Rhodian fan leaf is very rare, the production of the drug is very limited. Furthermore, the amount of juice collected at one time cannot be too much, or the fan leaf will wither and die. It will not be able to be used for a long time, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate a single one." Yi Yeqing shrugged. In the storyline of his previous life, Yi Yeqing had only escaped from the Bell of Death Island after the mutation disaster had completely erupted. After a long period of research, she had finally developed the formula for the suppressive drug. However, Han Xiao had brought her out from the Bell of Death Island a long time ago and given her the freedom to research it. This time, due to the changes that Han Xiao had made to the storyline, she had developed the suppressive drug when the mutation disaster had just shown its first signs. The suppressive drug could not destroy the mutation disaster and could only temporarily suppress it. However, it was an extremely rare method to deal with the mutation disaster and was extremely important. In his previous life, the 6 nations had fought over Yi Yeqing in order to obtain the formula for the suppressive drug. Currently, Yi Yeqing was in Sanctuary 3 and was under the protection of Bennett. Whether or not this would cause the sanctuary to be targeted by the 6 nations was still unknown. However, Han Xiao, who was far away in space, had exchanged Yi Yeqing for a long-term plan. He wanted Sanctuary 3 to be the first place to develop the suppressive drug, which would attract the players to swarm over to the sanctuary. He had long predicted this step. Aurora had been saved by him, and she had not turned into paste. Her Esper ability allowed her to differentiate the infected, which was also an important factor in changing the storyline. As the mutation virus had an extremely strong latent ability, after the mutation disaster had erupted, everyone had become paranoid and worried that their companions would turn into enemies at any moment. There was no longer any trust to speak of. However, Aurora could at least prevent such a situation from happening in Sanctuary 3. In fact, many people would take the initiative to come to the sanctuary in search of this peace of mind. Under the influence of Han Xiao, Bennett and the others were able to react in advance. Han Technician had started planning for version 2.0 a long time ago, and the results were gradually showing. The few of them left the nursery. As they walked on the road, Hella suddenly asked, if this is the disaster that he predicted, will he come back like he promised? Everyone stopped in their tracks. Everyone there had a close relationship with Han Xiao. Every time Black Phantom was mentioned, their expressions would become very complicated. Maybe. Bennett sighed. Black Phantom had said that he had gone into the galaxy to find a solution to the disaster, but there had been no news from him for 2 years. They had no idea what Han Xiao had encountered in the galaxy. The galaxy was very mysterious to them. It was a higher and farther world, and it could also be said to be the real world. It made people curious, but at the same time, it made people flinch. Every time they looked up at the stars, they would think that Han Xiao was there, but there was no way to contact him. Until now, Bennett did not have much hope. Even Hella felt that the chances were slim. She took out the key that Han Xiao had left for her and held it in her hand. She lowered her eyes and covered the light in her eyes. He might never come back. Han Xiao, who was far away in the galaxy, did not purposely observe the situation in Blue Star. He had long known about the stages of the mutation disaster, and there was no need for him to see it with his own eyes. Time was money, and wasting time was wasting money. This was unacceptable. In version 2.0, the players would only descend after the mutation disaster had completely erupted. He had calculated the time, and the signs of the mutation disaster would only appear 1 or 2 months before the release of the version. Then, the virus would leave the incubation period, and the phenomenon would start to spread. In the end, it would turn into a disaster. This was an important juncture for the players to enter the galaxy. There were only a few chances in a player's life, and if he could grab hold of it, he would be able to soar. Han Xiao made his preparations step by step without any distractions. As Han Xiao's preparations were crossed off one by one, you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,